Why is part 2 in a couple weeks and not next week? Possible voice train from all the reading. Yeah, just nice to have a little bit of a break between them. It's also story heavy games that we go long on also have a issue of if anyone in the audience misses Anne's stream, then they won't show up for any of the other ones because they're too busy watching the VODs. So it's nice to have like a little bit of a break and have people a chance to catch up. The issue can go the other way too. If there's too much time between the streams, then people lose interest. So it's kind of like a balance that has to be struck. All right, let me set up my stupid idle game, and then we will start reading. What idle game today? I don't want to say, because every single time I say an idle game, someone goes to play it, and it's costing the world too much productivity. It'd be a crime. He's back on the idle grind. Walrus, did you see that Unnamed Space Idle is getting a patch next week? I haven't like launched that in fucking forever because I got to the end of the content. I wonder how it's gonna be. Unnamed Space Idle was a curse on my years, so much wasted time. Yeah. Hey Gatsby. We're also on, he's playing Spaceman? What's Spaceman? Or is that an idle space game? Gatsby pretended to take his pills today. Hey big boy. Moi? When I got out of the shower today, I noticed that one of my shoulders is bigger than the other, and this body asymmetry is now making me really, really upset. And every single time I go to the bathroom, I look at myself in the mirror, and I'm like, why is one of my shoulders bigger than the other one? Body dysmorphia? It is not body dysmorphia. I do think I have a little bit of body dysmorphia, but in this case, it is not body dysmorphia. It is, I've trained my right shoulder more than my left, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe it's got something to do with like water retention in my right shoulder today or something, or I slept on my left shoulder for too much last night or whatever. I'm not sure. Trained? Okay, well, without saying too much information, I don't use my right shoulder for that, so it wouldn't be that. Water retention? I don't know what the fuck it would be. Are we doing fantasy? We're not doing fantasy because we have to make sure that we're able to finish this game today. And if we do fan art, we might not be able to. Can we do Scrandle first break? I don't know if Errol is here, but if Errol says at first break if we're on pace to finish, then sure. We can do Scrandle. Take a scran, 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 take a scran. Why would my shoulder be bigger than the other one? How does that even happen? All my shoulder exercises I do with both shoulders at the same time. Why are you doing exclamation mark divorce? Asymmetry is often considered attractive. No, it's not. What are you talking about? One ball to hang lower? Oh, that's just normal. That's just, we're not talking about balls though, we're talking about shoulders. I'm nowhere near yoked enough to have muscles growing bigger than the other one. I don't understand. Why so hurry, Joe? Catching up for something? Sorry I haven't been streaming VODs at all. Today? Oh, it's just that I don't want to end... I don't want to have to go super late today to finish this game, and also I would like to finish it today. Otherwise, we're going to have like an hour left of Ace Attorney, and the next stream is going to be weird. This happens very often when it comes to long stream games. Like, sticking the landing matters a lot for the timing of the stream. And I dislike it when we have to stream 10 hours on the last day, but sometimes it happens. That's why also really smart characters do the eyebrow thing, because they know it makes them more attractive. Is this a Homestuck reference? Dude, it's a DreamWorks reference? Yeah, I know, yeah. Weren't a lot of Silent Hill F streams long as hell. Well, at a certain point, we just wanted to just rip the band-aid off of Silent Hill F. Yesterday was the funniest stream ever. Yesterday, I think, was the funniest trial. I wonder if that's going to continue. It was full kangaroo court bullshit yesterday. It was fucking great. Whoops. Statistically, facial symmetry is the most universally attractive feature alongside facial averages. Fun fact from my undergrad. Yeah, like symmetry in the face is considered attractive by most people, yeah. I have no idea if I have a symmetrical face. I don't really look into myself that much and care that much, but I just noticed today that one of my shoulders is bigger, and it's fucking annoying. But not perfect symmetry. Perfect symmetry is considered uncanny, right? So just implied symmetry. Random question, do you watch Taskmaster? I have never seen an episode of Taskmaster, but I have seen probably 100 clips on YouTube. I really, really like it. Taskmaster is the gotcha of panel shows. It's really, really great. If the task is kind of like meh, you always have the next one coming, and it could be anything. So it's just it's this perfect thing of like, okay, well, I want to keep watching because I want to know what the next task is going to be. I want to see what kind of shenanigans to get up to. Are there any chaos wildcards that they're going to show in? Is there going to be some funny commentary about it? Is there going to be like a scam that the host did with the contestants? Who's going to win? Now that I've seen one, I want to see what the next person does in relation to that one, because now I have an anchor point, so I want to see what that is. I have my own bet running in my head now that I think this person should win, and now I'm invested, so I'm going to see, like, am I going to agree with Greg Davies? Am I going to disagree with Greg Davies? Davies is Davies, isn't it? Like, that sort of thing, you know, like, what's going to happen? Like, it's such a moreish, watchable show, without it being, like, cheap, I think. Like, a lot of, reality TV is really, really cheap and just bullshit, and it's like, they pull it off. It's just incredible. Do you think Greg Davies is attractive? Yes. Do you? I just watched the Bob Molitor bits. He was on Taskmaster once, wasn't he? Yeah. There's something attractive about him, but hard to say. Some people are unconventionally attractive, and that sounds like a backhanded compliment, but it's not. It's just some people have a weird charisma to them, and they can make a lot of things work. The way they carry themselves, the way they present themselves, like it's yeah. So it's how they speak. The more that you interact with them, that sort of thing. Yeah. Attractiveness is not just like visual physical attractiveness, although that definitely exists, don't get me wrong, but there's more to it than that. Just on the flip side, there are some people who are incredibly visually and physically attractive, and then as soon as they open their mouths, you're like, oh. or seeing how they interact with people, or just how they carry themselves, and instantly they're they're done, they're not attractive anymore. Like, it works both ways. So yeah. Funny people are also usually an attractive buff. Exclamation mark divorce. Can you list all the rules in Fight Club? Oh god. First rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club. The second rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club. Third rule of Fight Club is, I'm not gonna get them in order. Only two people to a fight. Fights will go on as long as they have to. No shirts, no shoes. If this is your first night at Fight Club, you have to fight. Is there like no advertisements or something? How many rules of Fight Club are there? If a fighter says stop, goes limp, or taps out, the fight is over. There you go. Yeah. 8. How am I up to? No shirts, no shoes. Fight goes on. Have to. Fight Club brought to you by AG1. AG1 would unironically be sponsoring Fight Club in this day and age. Yeah. Fights will go on as long as they have to. I didn't say that one, right? All right, I got the other ones. That's the only one I didn't get, is fights will go on as long as they have to. And also, someone yells stop, goes limp, or taps out, the fight's over. I didn't get that one. All right, I got that one. I did say it. Fights go on as long as they have to. I said that. Did I? Okay. Did you see the Fight Club twist coming or no? No, I didn't. But I was 14 when I first saw Fight Club, and it changed my life. I just lost all of my windows. Anyway, thank you for starting us off today with 56 months from Annie for Prez. I feel like you've been around for a lot longer than that, Annie. Thank you very much for the 56 months. No idea what to put here. I hope you're having a good day today and having fun with the Great Ace Attorney. I slept later today than I thought I was, but I was planning to, but I didn't have a lot of sleep the past 2 nights, so maybe that's why. I just needed some sleep. I woke up, I couldn't believe it was 9 o'clock. I was like, what the hell? How is it 9 o'clock? I kind of been behind schedule this morning. I had a shower, cried about my shoulder. I ordered food because I haven't been able to go grocery shopping. Took the dog out, and then just kind of chilled in Gary Fisher. So kind of a slow morning for me, to be honest, but hey, not too bad. I'm feeling okay. Not great, but I'm feeling okay. Thank you to Skull Protag for the 7 months as well, with a happy lesbian week. Is it a happy lesbian week, I guess? It could be lesbian week, you know, because I'm the one that gets to decide that. I didn't know that was happening again. Is there reunion too, or what? Thank you, Big Man Rap, for the 17 months. I swear it was just yesterday I sent my last sub message. Anyways, been starting to play Silent Hill F recently. I hope it turns out to be fun and maybe even scary time. Silent Hill F is an interesting experience. It does overstay its welcome. I'm curious if the other one is going to be like that. Is Silent Hill a series that's gonna have like a yearly entry for a little bit or something? Like, there's another one coming out later in the year, isn't there? That's set in Britain. I wonder what that one's going to be like. I hope it doesn't follow the same format where you have to play it so many goddamn times to see it all. And the last year on the list are Burndy777 with 50 months. Excuse me. Charlie X Explorer for or Charlie Explorer for the 33 months for the sub after. Happy 1 year anniversary to my favorite weeb game, Gustav's Bizarre Adventure. You okay? I'm okay. I just maybe I'm losing my voice a little bit from all the reading, or maybe it's just a little bit of coffee in my mouth still, and I inhaled. Yesterday was pretty hard on my voice. I was having a blast yesterday, but I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna lose it this stream. All right. So yesterday we went through the end of the examination of all of the rooms in the pawnbrokery. We became Ginny, who's on screen right now, her lawyer and her representative, and we went through the first part of the trial, which I'm guessing we did like maybe 50% or 60% of the trial content for this episode. Apparently there's a epilogue kind of outro to this game, which makes sense because this is only part 1. If you didn't know this is a duology. It's not a trilogy, it's a duology. There's 2 games, kind of like Last of Us Part 1 and Part 2. So we're playing Part 1 right now, and Part 2 we're going to start in a week or 2. So we're going to go through this, and yeah, so I'm guessing there's going to be a bunch of setup, and it's probably going to be like an end of story twist, where it's revealed that Susie is Moriarty or some shit, you know what I mean? And we'll see how it goes. Do you prefer 3D or 2D visuals in these games? I think that this game looks better than the originals, than the first 3. I think that they really pulled it off. Usually they don't. Usually when a series goes from 2D to 3D, there's some like awkward puberty thing. I think that it works really, really well. I think that the way that they're able to add a bunch of characters to the personality to the animations that they sometimes overuse, but it's pretty good most of the time. I think that it works well. Yeah, I think the presentation this is better than the first 3 games. You skipped the puberty? Yeah, maybe I did. Maybe there was is this not the first 3D one? Maybe there's some other ones there and they learned from that. Yeah, maybe that's true. Gina, how are you holding up? Okay, so this is the intermission. It's 12:41, so we've been in court the whole entire morning. Okay. I can't recap everything that happened in the trial yesterday, so hopefully you watched it. Just an insane amount of information. just so much information. Oh my god. Hopefully I remember it all for today. And hopefully this coffee kicks in a little bit because I'm feeling kind of drowsy. Uh-oh. Anyway. Let's get cracking. I'm starting to feel quite warmly toward her frequent cold shoulders now. Don't bring up shoulder. Ginny, are you all right? Why aren't you saying anything? Yeah, why aren't you saying anything? Why didn't you tell us that someone got shot and then we went and you closed the door and then you passed it? Yeah, why haven't we gotten your account of events? What happened? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? You mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Don't misunderstand us, Gina. We would do this for anyone. You're not special. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. If only there was a way for us to know that it was coming. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Humph. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. This is the worst Iris face expression. It reminds me of some meme that I can't place. Oh god. Fucking hell. Is the sound okay? The sound is exactly the same from yesterday, but sometimes things change. But let me know if the sound is needs an update. Yeah? Bruno has cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still. We'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. Are we gonna see it? After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1 to Windybank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Is it called the 2-to-1 because usually you get ripped off so much that you're kind of like trading like 2 guineas for 1? Is that what it's called that? I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in that in it that Shomes don't like. Something what you don't want people reading. So that's why you lied to Iris about sticking in lug with Windy Bank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windy Banks. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? Struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when. What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. The next thing I knew, Windy Bank, he just sleeps there. Just behind the counter. He never moves. I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what. Convenient that that's when the photo was taken. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mental script. Have you got it here? Did Shomes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. But I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. Wow. A noble pawnbroker. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Shomes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. Off I go then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there all right, the mental script. Shomes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there were a bit of a kick-up on the out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you, and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I went back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom door myself when... Bang, bang. There were a couple shots go off. 2, I think. I was about to say, yeah, that's 2 shots, not 1. Almost at the same time. And then, there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Deed. Windybank was a goner. I felt funny in me head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. Oh, so she passed out of the sight of blood. Okay. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? Why didn't you tell us? All he said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. Telling lies? It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove that was there in the afternoon. Is it Cove or Cove? Is it like Gov? Cove? That Edgar Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naruodo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. What are you talking? I still don't forget that I made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. Rio is a bad lawyer. So what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo! But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My boyfriend, Kazuma. My best friend. Best friend, really, best friend. Okay, sure. Runoski, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. What did you do, bro? I was so happy. I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, bro friend? We do bro friend? Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. I feel like you didn't mourn him enough. I feel like we kind of glossed over. I guess this is a lighthearted game. You don't really mourn death in these games. I guess this is what we're doing now. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. You what? This is just a rickroll. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar? Not like McGilded. I know that. Huh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. I like this song. Mr. Naruodo, I... Sniffle. Aw, poor Gina. Defended Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. It's gonna feel really bad now when she goes to prison because we fuck up. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. He kind of devoted himself to studying law for the entire voyage. I imagine any sort of mourning probably took place during that off screen. But it's better than Mia in Ace Attorney 1, to be honest. Oh yeah, for sure. But the problem there is that I feel like when a character is this important to the story, the mourning has to happen on screen a little bit. So off-screen mourning is definitely implied, but you know, I feel like there wasn't enough shown. It hasn't been nothing though. But yeah, I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. What happened to, did they send his body back to Japan? What happens when someone dies on a voyage? They stop off at port, right? So would they take the corpse off and then the next boat that comes by would take it, or did they cremate bodies on the boat? There's no way. What would they do in this kind of era? They wouldn't just dump him in the ocean, would they? Surely not. No way. They must have had some sort of, maybe they're would they have a freezer? I don't know. Huh. Wish me luck, Suzette-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. 17th April, 1:41 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. I hereby call this court into order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord, via communication. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. Heavy rain, heavy rain, heavy rain. I see. All right, extra lunch. Who wants to dig in? Now let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's process of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Cutting your salary. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. Zeke's missed it too. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. All right, that's fair enough. Humph, it's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. Very big mistake. My lord. The subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Oh, okay, that was fast. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Edgar Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Okay, so is he gonna have his arm in a sling or something with, No, he got shot. Is he pretending? Who else was pretending in a past case? Was it Von Karma? I think it was, wasn't it? Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. Was there a choice? You could have just said no. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. AG, on the cane. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station, and I have a huge crush on him. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Can't believe Edgar Benedict was a fake name. Okay, so he wasn't shot? Gladly, my lord, gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. As do we all, yes. It's one of our great nation's pastimes. Putting our shit in the hands of someone who just runs a fucking shabby store, yeah. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's home-brewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld, so watch your mouth. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Oh, let's insult the jury. Yep. That's a great fucking strategy here. Why does your cane not have a thing on the bottom of it? By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in the time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Brett vibes? Let us not hold. Oh, I'm surprised Brett didn't come back for the last one. Maybe that's in the second game? Let's not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are? Ryo Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon. Enchanted? Twin brother? So. I trust we can conclude this quickly. Fucking hell, that was hard to say. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Enchanté, bless you. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroker service from time to time. Hold it! Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. Okay, so if he's gonna deny this, isn't Greg was there too? Isn't Greg gonna be like, all right, just instantly perjury? Let's shut him down? It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away? That's how we're gonna play it, huh? All right, you want to play hardball? Let's play hardball. This could be tricky. We seriously suggest to include these thugs to break the place on the night of the murder. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. I think these two have been the best witnesses in the game so far. They're so entertaining. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. Objection! You don't need to answer that. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such a outrageous accusation. Where were you around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? I was asleep. This is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. Your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene. The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. Okay, how are we going to prove it without blood? Because we can't use the blood because that's been rendered inadmissible, and rightly so, 100%. So how are we proving it without blood? Do we have to, like, prove that maybe he was shot? That's kind of that's building off of that idea of the blood. But we were allowed to build off the idea of the blood because that's the only reason why he's here to begin with. I don't think we have any evidence that can be used to say he was there. All right, we're gonna have to press him for information and find something here then. Thank you, Pepsi Addict, for the bits. Happy 100 lines to all who celebrate. I to think it has been a year since one of the greatest works of literature was released. Here's to 900 more roots to come. Fucking hell. Thank you, Pepsi Addict. Thank you, Job Abby, or Jobab, for the 9 months. You missed a game's worth of streams, and the streamer is pegging Bardens. Yeah, I know, sorry. Poor Barden. Is there like a line or something? Thank you, Mediocrities86, for gifting a sub to Snazzy Jazzy Bazzy. That's a fun name to say. Thank you very much. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Bum, 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 bum. Silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Even if certain parties here present my claim that my blood was found at the scene. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Shom's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples, but spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great... You also met him yesterday while a renowned detective. So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Oh, alright, let's continue before we go. The counsel for the defense thinks a British courtroom is an appropriate place for fairy tales, does he? My curfew approaches. This is so unfair. That chemical test is based on solid science. Hurley and I know what we're doing. The trouble is, unless the technique can be independently verified, we'll never get beyond this man's flashy stick waving. All right, let's subpoena a scientist to independently verify it. Sure, let's go. Yes. Granted, it is very colorful alchemy. Perhaps it would make a good souvenir for your uneducated friends back home in the East. How do you know that? I guess you were told about it on the way here? Something riled him there, just for a moment. Mr. Graydon let his feathers get ruffled. But a souvenir is all it's good for. I like souvenirs. Some Scaramouche Detective's homebrewed tincture can be hugged with serious evidence. These are so bits. It's pretty intentionally funny moment in Patho 2 when you were like, what is that? Oh, it's just the polyhedron. Yeah, I know. You get used to it after a while. Man, what's it like to see that if Patho 2 is your intro to that world? Just seeing that in the distance being like, what the fuck is this place? Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Sherlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, So help you, Todd? Oh no, I can't think of how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Amazing story, counselor, but what the fuck does that have to do with the case right now? Quite. Now, as you are no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. They're lost without me. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it long enough already. And also juror number 5. Wink. That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. These games are a great exercise in proving why you shouldn't fucking talk. Like, the amount of times that they would have gotten away with it. However, we got them talking, and they said something that either made a connection or they self-incriminated or something like that. I need to find a way of getting more information out of this man somehow. Happy shut the fuck up Friday? Yeah, exactly. But compared to the bungling burglars beside him, he seems as innocent as a child. Or perhaps the Skulking Brothers might be the key here. Oh, could they be somehow? Remember, if you don't prove this witness has some connection to the incident here, he'll be free to leave. I know. I can't let that happen. Let's listen to those statements again and see if there's any way I can make one of them tell us more. It was the 4th one, right?
Hold it! Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I fed up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yeah, yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. This trial is so funny, man. Well done. Cold blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? My thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. Fucking idiot. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, L's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? Is it gonna be the same shoulder that the thing tore open on as symbolism? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. Normally, yes, but you know what? I've been entertained today, so we're just gonna go along with the defense counsel's bullshit. Take off your clothes, let's see. We need someone other than the victim. We know someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. An unrelated injury. I got shot, you know, the day before. Perhaps you'd allowed a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain? No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. He's kind of got a point, to be honest. We haven't really proven that he was there. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Hold it! Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry? You must be confusing me with somebody else. Dude, your wound! I wasn't there for any such purpose. But the redemption ticket... That won't get you anywhere, Runo. Iris, what do you mean? Mr. Windibank never wrote the names of his customers on his redemption tickets. So you can't prove the ticket was his. Ah, of course, she's right. But Mr. Windibank knew that you were there. Let's channel him via some medium and put the ghost on the stand. Yes, let's go. I'm afraid. Let's go. If you're going to need to produce, produce some irrefutable evidence here. Otherwise, he'll never admit to being there. Well, Gregson was there. I guess that's what we're doing. Irrefutable evidence. That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware unless he says less chance he is giving away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Me too. Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulking Brothers. I do cut things from videos, believe it or not. Usually every single video has about, like, maybe anywhere between 25 to 50% of stuff that it just doesn't make the cut. Believe it or not. Yes, they were the key to it after all. You make video? So he says he has nothing to do with the Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could be a valuable weapon.
Is that right?
Hang on a minute, Sunshine. I was there too. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Yeah? Come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Oh shit, I was, wasn't I? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbroker's that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must. Greggy, whose side are you on? I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. Alright, kind of based. What's going on here? Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed at Windy Banks. Yes, of course. Indeed, the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon question. At no point have I denied that fact. You kinda did. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more, nothing less. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? It's gotta be something to do with the big thing that's going down in Chief Justice or whatever. Okay. Was McGilded like a spy or some shit? Was McGilded secretly good after all or something? Like, what's going on? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. Wait, what? That wasn't it? What? Oh God, what do we have to do? All thanks to the Skulking Brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he has nothing to do with Windy Banks, but we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information can become a valuable weapon. Ah, shit. It's not the blood sample. I have no idea what it wants from me. Is it this? No, I think this is definitely related to what's going on, but it's too soon for that, I think. Autopsy report. Or McGilded. Or McGilded, that's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Runo? Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. So this is blood, probably from somebody's fingertip. Well deduced, but not just somebody's fingertip. Mr. Benedict's fingertip. The man dressed in all white? Yes. It happened that afternoon at Windy Banks. Gina tried to snatch this disc out of the man's hands, and the sharp little bumps cut his thumb. Oh, can we see if his thumb is cut? So the lesson is, if someone tries to grab a music box disc from you, let it go quickly. The lesson is, don't snatch things, surely. It's not surely. Naturally, on occasion, they use the pawnbroking service from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such outrageous accusation. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Okay, I'm saving it because I have a feeling that I'm going to get this wrong. I think it's probably the disc with his blood on it still. I can't see any other connection here.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why, is this supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Windy Bank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, this afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? Oh! Dun. As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. No, that was not me. No, don't say it. I've never seen that disc before in my life. Oh yeah? Let's see your thumb. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on this disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious! Indeed it must! Let me check my own thumb. Phew, it wasn't me. Mr. Great, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear blood on this disc. Oh, why would I let you see my thumb then, if that's the case? Fuck you, no thumb. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. Not that funny, Joe. It's stupid is why I'm laughing at it. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order! Well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. Where's the spin-off where we play as Van Zeeks? As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it's nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for it, McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Oh, they're just omitting the note right away. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. So you lied before when you said nothing to do with it. Alright, in the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, sumari. The rare use case sumari. I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Wait, why did you break into the shop? Oh, wait, hold on. He said something about where's the other one, right? And she was like, you what? What other one? So did he think there was another one in storage somewhere? What did she find? She found another redemption ticket. Oh, that's what it was. She found another redemption ticket in the pocket. So it was a pawn within a pawn. And there's a box somewhere in there that has presumably another disc, or maybe something to play the disc on, something like that. Okay, so that's what he went back there for. Okay. How does he know all this? Intercepting a communication thing then? Why has that got anything to do with McGilded? What the fuck? Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist who died in this very courtroom. Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted in a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. He was my bro friend. Order. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Did you have someone stationed outside waiting for Gina to show up? How did you know about the deadline? Were you just waiting? Was someone waiting for you and they called you there quickly? Like, you came there pretty soon after Gina walked in, right? What's going on? Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. I'm really interested. Where is this going? Cross-examination. Oh, I'm cross all right. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Then why does it say McGilded on it? You idiot! Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. God, he looks so much like Santa Claus. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. Bloody Baron Judge. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. Why not? Instead of going home. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there is a note on it that reads, for McGilded. Yeah, Van Zieks isn't buying this. I really like that he has integrity when it comes to the court proceedings and stuff like that. Maybe not all of them, but when someone's lying, he's like, no, you're lying, bro. Like, I really like that he's like that. It's a shame that he's racist, but we can overlook that. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question? It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. You can overlook racism? Yeah, I'm white. Yes, sorry, that might have been too edgy for this community shit, my bad. Yes, exactly. She didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago. No, because Mr. McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Uh-oh. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windybanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Sure, okay. Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. I proceed at once to the shop in order to explain my situation, redeem my article. It might be a 2 coffee day today, by the way, chat. I'm not sure. I've already finished this one.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windybanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. I do too, actually, So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Bum bum. Bum bum. Thank you for the 29 months. Liquin? L-I-C-Q-N. Hard for me to say. Hey Joe, loving these streams. Really forgot how interesting these games are. Yeah, it was a bit of a slower start in terms of getting into the groove with it. But yeah, I forgot how I really like it when the cases are batshit. I think that's why the Danganronpa streams went so hard. Because it's just when it's absurd, it's just so much fun to riff off and just make fun of it. And it's also, when it's really lighthearted, like this game is, it also like invites that. It's like, yeah, come on, like this, it's Kangaroo Court. We're putting a parrot on the stand, you know, that sort of thing. Sometimes it can be kind of aggravating when you forget that, and it actually, and also the game forgets it too when it really wants you to like dig down and be like, hey, we need you to make a logical deduction here in bizarro Kangaroo Court land, and it's like, really? So, and sometimes it's fun to remember the connections, but sometimes it asks you something to do something so specific that you're kind of like, come on. Like, why are we slowing this down? Because you're doing a comprehension test, you know what I mean? But most of the time it works. Most of the time it works, yeah. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. They're a good sign. Oh, shit.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded
right?
as evidence. That's what the inspector said, at least, as he sees my disc. Okay, is he planning to bomb the Crystal Tower or whatever? And it's gonna be, the juror number 6 is gonna be involved in it too. And thanks to the skirmish with that wastrel, I snagged at the end of my thumb at the same time. And the disc in question is this disc here. Yes, it is. Scotland Yard have indeed begun gathering items believed to have been the property of McGilded, presumably to aid their investigations in some way, their ace attorney investigations. Not something I would be aware of. I really didn't know the man well anyway. After all, I'm merely a communications officer with a penchant for music boxes. And flamboyant poses. Doop, doop, doop. In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break into the shop at later the same night. Bum, bum, bum. Perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, men? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I, as I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. But maybe you knew about Sherlock Holmes making a toffee fucking copy of it. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop at that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. So true. So true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. Doop, 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 doop. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. Doop, 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 doop. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. You start liking Iris, Joe? Not like, but tolerate, yeah. So it's going better than Lambda Delta. It was taken by Inspector Gregson here. Okay, so where was it? It was a little bit...
Is that right?
There we go. Okay.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector? Well, what do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. Eh? No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Get all the way off my back. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. In righteous flames that I had nothing to do with. We burned him in more ways than one. In the courtroom, that is. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side, too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Iris, go ask him. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. Ooh. Do you like him or no? The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. All right, bring him in, subpoena. Let's go. Yeah. Done. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. I think we're a little bit out of our depth here, Rio. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let's return to your testimony. Really, we could have skipped over that, huh? Gladly, my lord. Oh, fucking... Okay, so we're gonna present the other ticket, right? This one. Because this is the one for the coat. And this is the one that was in the coat pocket. It's this one.
Objection!
This disc was deposited at Windybanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
We've gone through this, my learned Nipponese friend. Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness has had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night. Objection to your objection. Sorry, my learned friend. Ooh, but that's not true. Oh, dude! What? How dare you say that with that expression on your face? You know it drives me crazy. Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windybanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticketed ruse. Did Cumfuck not tell you? That pawnbroker's ticket is out of date. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windybanks Pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin Brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. Maybe it was like super time sensitive. So that means for some reason, Miss Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? No, I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybanks Pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. Can you? What? Good gracious. Windybank was really bad at dusting his storeroom, and as we went through it, there was no gap where something was clean and a box had been taken with an imprint of dust. Not everything was there. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. What are you talking about? Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. God damn it, Hurley. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. How come Hurley's red-handed recorders are like, yeah, that's fine, that's admissible, but Hurley's fucking turn blood different colors? No. Human resources, like, well, maybe they're fake prints. We don't know. Maybe they make mistakes. They haven't been independently verified. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeit. Are we gonna have to do the 3D thing again? According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGilded's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on the 13th to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. No, it doesn't. Maybe he didn't take it out yet. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April. Oh, God. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. Yes, so full that maybe there was no room on the shelves to put something new. Yes, okay, where the fuck are you going with this? And then we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Maybe he just opened the box and took what was in it and then closed the box and left. It's not the box he wanted, it was what was in the box. Objection! Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me for fuck's sake. I can't see shit. I can't see shit. Have these been moved a little bit up here? Can I see, is the cursor there? Have these been moved a little bit? They look a little bit off, seen side by side maybe? I'm not sure. I can't do the cross-eyed thing consistently, it hurts my eyes. Yeah, these look like they're slightly in different positions to me. I wonder if these have been moved. I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. It is starting to make my head ache, yeah. Obviously at Scotland Yard we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion that nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah! I don't believe it. If I had just shown that he'd stolen McGilda's pawn box. Dun, dun, dun. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. All right, let me try and do the cross-eyed thing. Oh, fuck. The horse kind of sticks out a little bit more. Maybe that's just because it's my focal point for looking at it. Oh, fuck. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, the counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? There's no discrepancy. Point out discrepancy. Use piece of evidence. What do you mean, use piece of evidence? What? No. Oh, let me use this. Let me use this to look at them. Can I? Can I do it? Can I do it? I want to use this. I want to do it. I want to put them in. Will it let me? I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location and discrepancy of which you speak. Okay, so okay, so one has 11 on it and the other one has 2. Oh shit. Okay, so it's whatever when you cross your eyes, it's whatever jumps out at you is something that is in a different location, right? Well, when I cross my eyes, the horse kind of jumps out at me a little bit. So does this. I don't know if I can hold on. This kind of jumps out at me too. This here, like this oh, god damn it, it hurts so bad. Yeah, I think it's this is jumping out at me a little bit, but I'm bad at this, so I can't tell.
Take that!
No, it wasn't that shit. Obviously, discrepancy is here.
Objection.
Oh man, I must thank my learned friend. His answers clarified the situation greatly. There's indeed a discrepancy here between our respective powers of reasoning. Let me guess, my powers of reasoning come up short. It would appear you're learning, counsel. Let's try the horse then, because the horse was jumping out a little bit, but not quickly enough. Ugh. It's subtle, but there's a difference between those two prints. I know there is. Don't give up, Runo. You can do this. Maybe it's got nothing to do with crossing your eyes, and it's just a spot the difference puzzle. It's got nothing to do. So, counsel, in light of your evidence put forward by the prosecution, what's your position? It seems in the fact that I question nothing was stolen from this establishment. I have to really shove my face in the monitor. Okay, let me look closer. Then maybe that's the problem. Okay, headset off. Oh, for fuck. Okay, I've moved the microphone. Do I look in the middle of them and then try and cross them together, or do I look at one and cross my eyes so the other one comes into focus with it? You can't be serious right now, Joe. What do you mean? What's wrong with what I'm doing? I don't think I can cross my eyes enough to make them overlap. I can't do it. Oh god, it hurts. No, I don't think I'm capable of doing this, unfortunately. Which sucks because this is a part of the the test here. Okay, but when I saw them side by side before, I was able to just tell if something was just slightly off angle, and that was the case, right? And to me, when I glanced at them before, these two up here look like these things here look like they were slightly off angle before, but now I'm looking at them, no, it doesn't. It doesn't look like it at all. The thing that was jumping out to me when I was crossing my eyes a little bit was the horse. Oh wait, hold on, this is just in a different spot. Yeah, it's just moved over a little bit, right? It's just that. Which one does it want? I guess either works. All right, now that I know that's there, if I cross my eyes and I look at that, can I see it pop out? No, not even a little bit. Oh man, doing an a hoagie really fucking hurts my eyes. Okay, here we go. Let's try this.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? If you use the stereoscope as a piece of evidence, it solves it for you. Does it really? I should have tried that then. Shit. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different, the location of the small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. Oh, woo. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGillicud's small box was indeed not stolen from Windy Banks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGillicud is, in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Arg, it was moved, nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. The contents of the box, that may be true, but alright. Mr. McGillicud's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How could that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, Sumari, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? Uh-oh. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windy Banks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. I have everything. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. The rare judge on our side moment? Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. It's going to be empty. Empty box. My god, it's another ticket to a different pawnbroker. We shall have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Humph. Disappointing. Van Zeeks, we're 2 for 2 with you, okay? Shut the fuck up. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks? This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese speciality, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGillicud from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Something like my chalice here would never be found in a pawnbrokery. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGillicud perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Uh-oh. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Oh, goodness knows, Mr. McGildy was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbroker, I'm quite certain of that. Why not? The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by the fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know Mr. McGilly's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilden's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. That every single person that has been on the witness stand in every single trial has committed perjury. But Ginny, could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he's anticipated everything? But maybe, just maybe, this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGildy deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Have Gina testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilden's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilden, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. The mouse is taking the cheese. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. Oh. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? No. The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witness is currently in the stand, may step down until further notice. Dude, your wound, be careful. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. What? As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard. Please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. Thank you, LRM, for the 14 months. The fact that they are concerned about perjury here, but never in any of these attorney games, implies that over the many years in between these two series, society has purposely gotten rid of the concept of perjury for some reason. No, it's not even that. There's perjury with, like, the blonde one committed perjury. They're both blonde. The blonde guy to the right committed perjury just now, like right now in this day, this hour. You know, like they're all committing perjury. It's whatever, though. It's fine. Wasn't there something like that in a perjury scare in the first games, too? And it turns out it's fine? Just for us? Perjury is a treat? The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. I can't even remember the first 3 games that well. Holy shit. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. There's only one judge in this whole fucking city. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. Okay, thank you, Van Zieks, yeah. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Mrs. Strahd whose testimony brought that possibility to light, and all she has to do is say that she was doing it under duress, and McGilded was threatening to kill her or whatever, and all of everyone that she knows, and then everyone in here will be like, oh shit. Okay, we kind of get it. At the time of the incident, Mrs. Strahd was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Van Zieks, someone killed Mr. McGilded in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. This world is as indeed does the ominous murder itself. You know what? Maybe it wasn't him. Be that as it may, I recall neither this nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Mrs. Strahd. Would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean. I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Mrs. Strahd, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, remember who you are. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Oh no, you better stay on trial for murder instead. Don't say anything, and naturally you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face fact. The Skulkin brothers went through fucking like 4 rounds of perjury and we kept letting them test it. What the fuck are you talking? You have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. Is the right choice, Gina? Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here, so no change for me. Let's continue. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Mrs. Strahd, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. But they're just silly little guys on their birthday. You wouldn't sentence a silly guy on for perjury on his birthday. That's true. That's true. Objection. It's also Mrs. Strahd's birthday. Oh, was it? Oh, okay. Well, you get the birthday special in this courtroom. Whatever you did, not guilty. All right, let's just go home. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. Your Honor, it is also my birthday, which means my birthday counters her birthday, as per the birthday rules. That's true. Also, it's opposite day. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zieks said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. So that means the driver also did some perjury. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Beppo lied, maidens cried. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. Okay, yeah, did you also hear the part where he threatened her? As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance. I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. No doubt. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. Me losing a case. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. What do you mean? I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. We said at the end. You're wrong. The lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. Not a third examination summation. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop, stop. Nice. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. We could have just waited for the box, bro. Very well, my learned student friend. Ooh, going up in the world. Okay. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. I don't think so. I think Chief Justice is going to swoop in and just make it all okay. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. For what? The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. Was he? Yeah, he was. All right, next statement. And you were hiding in the cabinet at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Where did all the stuff go? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? Judge, shut up. False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know, but I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was bloomin' loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah. That part wasn't false testimony. That's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Would this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared, the way he was looking at me. I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah. Rex was a diver as well in Xenoblade Chronicles, wasn't he? Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over Mied, and the pair in the roof deck went off to call the slops. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cub with a knife in his guts. When it bothers me so much that his hat doesn't fit. Oh my god, when they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilda got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 cubs from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene? Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver? Yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. More perjury. Perjury for everyone. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. Going to be on the jury next trial. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly. I think we should kill Beppo. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. Sure, why not? That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. It's almost like a system of justice based on eyewitness testimony is fundamentally flawed. Even if people think they're being honest, they don't remember things properly, huh? Just dismantle this whole system. He folded it up, all careful like, before ending it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob. It's worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Gina, what the fuck are you even saying? He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Ooh, look at Eggert, just like back to the whole court here. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the copper showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Jeannie's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. We did that already. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Judge, is this allowed? Yes, it is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. How is this not done? Like, we're not trying to find any holes in her testimony. We're done. Do I just press until I see something pop up with those two? Okay, my guess is probably going to be the last one that is, that's about, like, what he would want to hide. Probably this
Hold
one.
it!
No?
Hold it!
Do I have to show her the ticket with the blood on it and being like, is this the ticket that he got back from the driver maybe, or?
Hold it!
Let's press her again just in case there's not like a follow-up pressing. Okay, can I just like say, hey, what the fuck are you guys whispering about? Can I just like switch over? Like,
Excuse me.
is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon. What? Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion with this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. I see it too, my learned student friend. Thank you, Mr. Strahd. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus and behind the witness stand right now. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cub died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Free coat. Mr. Strahd, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Wait, how did she know about the professor thing then? Is that... If she's not the one that handed it in, how did she know about the keyword? Was she told the keyword when he came back? Did McGilded tell her maybe? Did she go back and pay to extend it? And when she paid to extend it, she gave a different keyword maybe? All right, there's two plausible things that would let her to have the keyword. Mr. Strahd, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. Perjury, but I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. It's gonna be empty. Empty for sure. It's empty. See, it was nothing. Yeah, because he took it and put the box back. He didn't want the box. What was in the box? Oh my god! A mysterious little box deposited by McBilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. It's a Snickers. Break time? Yeah, it is probably break time. What do you think of the pursue with no indication puzzle there? I kind of liked it. I don't know. Do you lose a life if you do it wrong? Because if you lose a life if you do it wrong, then I don't like it. If you're allowed to experiment when the game is going off, is being I don't know. What's the word? It wasn't unintuitive because it felt like interrupting them there. Like they're so in their own world that they're not giving you an icon for it. So not unintuitive. Obtuse maybe? I don't know. I think you'd only lose a life if you present evidence. That's kind of shit then. I feel like you should be able to freely do whatever there. If the game is gonna go off rules, off track, then it should let you experiment freely. But having to think about interrupting them seemed fine to me, yeah. But I also luckily just thought of it, and if I hadn't, I might be angry with it right now, so I don't know. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go probably make a tea, and I think I'm out of cookies. Maybe I'll have a protein bar or something, but I'll be right back. And then we'll continue. Okay, do we want to do Scrandle, chat? Sorry for a bit late. I was loading my dishwasher. I'll try to do that during break if there's enough. Will you be playing the Fire Emblem Xenoblade game anytime soon? Oh, sure. Maybe. It's definitely possible. I'd like to get Fire Emblem out of the way if we're not going to cancel it. I really like the music in these games. Music in general is just fantastic. I know that's such like a weird thing to say because obviously, but just like, man, music is so good. All right, Scrandle. It's a Friday Scran. Bonus round. Chicken, lamb, and vegetable available. I'd like a pastry like that. Can't eat them anymore, unfortunately. That looks really good to me. I don't like overcooked, like burnt pastries. That looks like pretty good to me. Like a good mix of like crispy and chewy, that sort of thing. And that hot dog looks pretty bad. Thank you to Damn Fool for 22 months. Skibbity Riz. The town on Gorkon is going to shiz. Oh, I also made a tea during break too to help with my throat doing the voices, but we'll see. Lemon tea. All right, I think the one on the right is better than these two here. All right, so Scrandle's a game where you have to vote for which of the two things you think Twitter liked the most. Potatoes and quark, free with the birth of a child. Tea and biscuits, free with the birth of a child. Okay, I see what's going on here. What's quark? Boiled potatoes are not cool, man. I feel like left is more substantial, arguably, but right is... Sorry, but like it's just insulting at the same time. You know what I'm talking about? Whereas right is just kind of like here's a little bit of a snack and pick me up sort of thing. I think right. Wow, 91%. Holy shit. Wait, was that exactly adding up to 100 there? Low histamine diet versus low histamine diet. Unknown psychiatric hospital, unknown psychiatric hospital. Okay. So this could be anything on the right. Broccoli soup? I like broccoli. I think left might be good. I'm going left, man. I like broccoli. Broccoli's number 3 vegetable, maybe? Mashed potatoes, free for ICU patients. Sausage, mash, and peas, free for patients. Okay, my god. I see faces in the one on the right. Left looks like something that you might find on a wall in a Dark Souls Bloodborne boss room, so I think I'm going right, weirdly, even though I'm not a fan of either of these. Let's go right. Yeah, wow. Glasgow too, holy shit. All right. Schnitzel with rice soup, salad, and tiny cake, free before big surgery. Really? I thought you weren't supposed to eat before big surgery. I guess it depends on what they're operating on. Versus cock oven, cheesecake, lingonberry drink, free for patients. Okay, I'm sorry. Right looks fucking incredible. Oh my god. I was gonna say left, easy left, but right looks amazing. Holy shit. Yeah. How is that so low? Oh, were they up against each other again? Okay. Savory mince and potato, guest starring potato, free with the birth of a child. Oh god. Versus Cornish pastry, free with the birth of a child. I think right? Left is the kind of thing my mother gave to me to eat growing up. I recognize that mince. I ate stuff like left like a couple times a week, every week for my entire childhood. Oh god, the watery mince fucking snail trail of it leaking all over the plate too. Oh god. Oh fuck, I can't go left. I have to go right. I don't even care if it's wrong. Okay, it is right. Okay. This explains a lot. Fuck you. What the fuck? Why are you saying that? Okay, the brain mold fucking stuff is back. Plain pasta, fish balls, and mash, free with the birth of a child versus level 4 puree meal. Okay, so level 4 is that you are at a stage of recovering from surgery that now you still can't eat proper solids, but you're not quite at the first level of shit then, I'm guessing? It's like it's a gradient, like as you're recovering from surgery, I'm gonna guess. I think, right? This looks disgusting. The fork doesn't look clean to me, but I don't even know if that's because it's been used already. Like, I think right. It is right, okay. Right might be like pureed food that's been like molded in that way to make it look more appetizing, and it's not. Okay, pita bread with sausage and cheese, free for patients. Fuck it, I'd eat it. Cheese and vegetable sandwiches. All right, the presentation on the right is sending it, but the food itself, like honestly, I'd eat left. I don't give a shit. It's got to be right though, right? Yep. Okay, curry rice, pasta, takoyaki, miso soup, and kimchi. Free for children who swallow batteries. Huh? Are children swallowing batteries in order to get this food? Versus tenders, mashed corn gravy, free before a colonoscopy. What the fuck are you talking about? Man, I got ripped off when I went for my colonoscopy. What the fuck did happen to me here? All right, I don't know, man. Left is a better photograph, but is it the right stuff? All that corn before a colonoscopy, huh? That's bold. I really like the crater of mashed potato with some pretty rich looking gravy in it. Gravy with tenders is kind of a weird thing. All that corn too? That's a lot of corn. I don't know what the fuck this is over here. Is this a sandwich? Is that included? There's a Diet Coke. Left has more variety. The rice, I'd rather have a colonoscopy than swallow a battery. Oh, Wait, what size battery? I'm going left. It is left. Okay. All right. Low histamine diet. Rice, pumpkin, cucumber. Oh, God. What the fuck? Versus vegetarian dinner. Bread, butter, mushroom spread. Okay, it has the vegetarian debuff. Mushroom spread. Color me interested. The two different kinds of bread is just kind of sending me here. Did they make it look like a mushroom for the mushroom spread here? God, I think it's right. Like this is disgusting. This toenail fucking cucumber up here is just gross. Pumpkin too? The rice looks okay, but I'm perfect so far. I'm going bread. Fuck, really? Oh yeah, it's who thinks so? Okay, all right. Sausage with mashed gravy and peas, free with an electrocution. Pasta salad, free with a broken leg. It's easily left. That looks really good. All right, 9 out of 10 Scran. All right, I'll take it. I'll take a 9 out of 10 Scran. 1.1 over average. Could have been easy perfect. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I just, like that cucumber is actually disgusting. Wait, don't you die from electrocution? No, you can get electrocuted and live. I don't think I've ever been electrocuted. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with a pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Oh. I thought it was going to be empty. Okay, so this is the thing that plays the disc? Doesn't look big enough to me. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling that it might be the case. That might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Unfortunately, we can't give you the disc. You're not allowed to play it, and then Sherlock's gonna burst in with his toffee fucking version, and we're not gonna understand it. And then juror number 5 is gonna be able to decode it. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc, deposited at Windybanks at much the same time. Fucking let's go, let's play it. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilda? Excuse me, I have a question. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at least. At last. I hope it's a banger. Wait, my lord. Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what happened. I have a feeling that Chief Justice is about to walk in the room and just, like, aura mog us all. The prosecution has no objection. Yeah, see, we're in unity, yeah. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no venues unexplored. No venues at all. Looks over to Ryu. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc. Oh, the disc is a lot smaller than I thought it was. Even now, he's clapping off beat. Thank you, Autolysis, for the 13 months. Right could be anything, though. Thank you, Autolysis. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. Now, that's what I call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon. Oh, this really is priceless. It's just McGilded saying fuck you, fuck you, fuck you all over. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be. It's Genbooed. Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Let's pack it all up. There's no need to even listen to it again. For no reason, let me take the broken music box and the disc. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It is. Yeah. No way. This is all for nothing. No way. It could be a clue. Imagine if in one of these trials it did do, like, spent like 30 minutes plus an hour of setup during the investigation just for a moment in the trial where the actual right answer was, nah, this was a waste of time. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how could it be? Good me. It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow, and that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is broken, an unusual genre of music, not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Curly, you know. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. I don't fucking know. I just know what it isn't. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-informed argument. Exactly. Just like I don't know we're just friends, but I don't know what we are. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno. Ah! Oh, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing... Wouldn't the note get in the way, or is... Oh no, it's playing underneath, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. How is juror number 5 not just all over this right now? Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even... Why aren't you all over this, Iris? You're like a gadget genius. I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. Okay, can we get along with it? Let's do it. If I'm right, I'm going to join all the dots together. Interesting. Join all the dots together, eh? Oh, all of the little things on the disc, they make a picture. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this on this music box disc is... Wait, what? Why are we doing this? The code? This here? It's got to be the thing on the back of the newspaper, right? It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's got to be that.
Take that!
It's not? Today's paper, counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick Purse Plunder. Oh shit, hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Oh, you weren't even paying attention? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before you worked told the court you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, didn't you? Yes, that's correct. Wait, am I juror number 5? Wait, what do you want me to do? And in that particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. Who was Morse really, though? I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? That's exactly what I'm saying. Order, please everyone, order. But this is high treason, counsel, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? The sort of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price, and we just played it for probably fucking 100 people in here. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery, which means that this whole time Gregson has been doing a little bit of perjury. Everyone's doing perjury, my word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night, because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got in the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Only I get to say that to him. Shut the fuck up then, by all means. Counter the charges, sir. Oh. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. Okay, is he actually doing treason, or was he just trying to retrieve the secrets before someone found it? Maybe he is just a spy. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious offense? Flagitious offense? Fucking Christ.
Flagitious.
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 Like flagrant? No.
Flagitious.
Flagitious describes someone or something as extremely wicked, deeply criminal, villainous, or shamefully vicious. It is a formal, high-level synonym for heinous or atrocious, often used to describe shocking crimes, cruel actions, or immoral motive. Oh, this is AI. Why am I reading this?
Flagitious.
Flagitious. That's a cool word. Cool word. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed.
Hold it!
You may... You gotta let's have a rabbit and pork here, governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Got my OnlyFans. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell our motherland. It's the brotherland to us. That's right. We're what they call the three Skulkin brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. That was it? Okay, alright. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we've done is break into the gaff the other night, like what you told us to. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. That's it? Mr. or Mrs. Skulkin? What must still do, governor? What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did. Ooh. Quiet down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Oh, fuck. This strange music box only appears to be able to play a single tone. It was deposited at Windy Banks 2 days before the black overcoat. Why? Nothing safer than a fucking pawnbroker shop. A fucking vaults they are. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? Because you work at the what do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. No, stop. Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. What? We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. Oh shit! Good thing she's the juror, huh? That's fascinating. Oh, is the crush over? Or is it even getting better? Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications, and he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. I think that maybe they are. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. What does your number 5 have to say about this? Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you. So, for fuck's sake. Now we have to do Morse code? A lesson here in court? Well, we had a stereoscopic lesson, why not? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? Joke's on you, I'm tone deaf. Maybe it's the frequency of them then? Or if you flip it upside down, did they make a different thing? I don't know. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Maybe it's Norse code, and they have a different way of doing it there. Ha 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 ha. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. No, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Aww. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? It seems impossible. Hold on. Whoa. We haven't even looked at it yet. 1 second. Maybe there's some setting with a different needle or something. Oh, what is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then, here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Do you have to play? Oh, good thing we have a copy of this disc. We have to play both two at the same time. Okay, that is crazy. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement, I would love clockwork shit. So this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one? Yes, it must do, except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. A two-tone TV. Why isn't it checked? This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement, it's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Alright, so I'm guessing that we present this now in this thing. Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in leaking government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? 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 Yes, it does. It's already been established that the Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. Uh-oh. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Just know something about this music box. It looks like the bottom. Okay, so we were ahead of the game here. Okay, so now we repeat it. Shit. Okay.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, Samari, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot, and a long dash, which I just learned about right now, but now I'm repeating it, as if I just figured it out by myself. But I'm a Redditor. With the second disc in place, this music box can be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Bum, 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 bum. But there's only one disc! This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. Like, what fucking burden of proof is it? And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, yeah. It's Friday. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. Just like the disc, I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. That wasn't the answer, but I haven't found it yet. Holy shit. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, so I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relations to the man. So 2 months ago, in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. What? That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved in the scenes, behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Maybe they're friends and they're code breaking and shit. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. Well, you're friends with these two, so maybe you know people. Look, all we do is done breaking the gaff the other night, like what you told us to. Del, Mr. Graydon told you to, do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else say? Silly me thought we was just popping over for a nap after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Oh. Hey, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Enough. Enough, why don't you baddies desist with the fiction? You're no baddies at all. I'm the baddie here. Obviously, I don't know these men from Adam. Who the fuck is Adam? Another character? Now, for the last time, stop trying to implicate me in your sordid thievery. Well, that's blooming nice, isn't it? You little turncoat. Fine, that's how you want it. Two can play at that game. We ain't never heard of this geezer before either. Don't know him from Adam. Who is this Adam? Never spoken to him before in my life. Never even seen him. Wasn't even there at the pawnbrokers. Never, Nash, never. Good grief. Such a blatant lie will not stand in my courtroom. They usually do. Well, well, all I'll say is this. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. So did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windenbank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was some kind of sign begging you to go in. No, it wasn't a jar, it was a door. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windenbank's all along, weren't you? We were, Gov, we were. You're right there. Because that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windenbank's that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. And that's what he told us beforehand anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell you. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still not just conjecture at this point. And you're right, used to ask, do you think Todd Howard dodged a bullet calling Fallout 76 and not 67? No, they dodged success there. It would have seen a huge resurgence if it was called 67 because people would have played it for the memes. One of the reasons why Peak is such a popular game is not, it's a pretty good game, but the name Peak, just when the term Peak started to take off at the same time, like that, like, yeah, it's Peak, let's play some Peak. What do you want to do tonight, Peak? You know, like it's, yeah, of course people are gonna get into that because of that, sure. Fucking hell. Language sucks, man. Thank you, Sign of Hell, for the 13 months with a Bitorichi, too. Bitorichi. Thank you, Sign of Hell. Although all this talk about the interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windenbank's. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. Go to Greg. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together? Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now and his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. And when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Miltervin and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Shut the fuck, save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Really? You coming from the person that throws wine bottles all over the fucking audience? Shut up. Oi, the geese asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. God, them were the days. This voice is so hard to do. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what was all about. Well, that's it? That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must have been a catch. While they were drinking the milk, we'd go through the window and we'd fucking steal all their shit. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model, the business name, leave it. I mean, I feel like it's the business name, but I want to hear about the business model too. Let's do that. So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you them full again, right? So, we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Nah, what we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switched them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A dawdle, right? Man, the milkman was still a thing when I was a kid. There was someone, like legit, open the fucking front door and there'd be a glass bottle of milk on the porch. Really? I'm not kidding. Yeah, it was, yeah. It's still, do they still do it in the UK? Fucking hell. I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all. Just swapping milk bottles. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was him what caught up with the idea. Ash is an evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Oh, he is the milkman. Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when we was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of that slum we lived in. Cool, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think it. But look at him now. He's only gone and become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? Communications officer, Mr. Sulkin. Sholmes and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Alright, do you have to go back and do the name now? Milverton and Skulkin. Who's Milverton? Is Milver the bricklayer? Oh, Mason Milford. Can I just do that, or let's go through? Hold on. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say, and it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulking's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That is... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Oh, they were brothers too! Milverton! And so that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all buncombe. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details would have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ooh. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then? Wait, is that correct? We're just doing it. Very well. Yes, I will go along with this. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and it could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated in the court record. Telegraph operator of the Central Communication Station, whose last name was once Milverton years ago. He's a childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in serious now. Okay, so what am I putting against this then?
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, fucking Susie hasn't even come back yet. Oh my god, there's like a whole third act to this so far, isn't? Oh, Sherlock hasn't come back either? Oh my fucking god. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason was the judge is like the epitome of fucking like explain like I'm 5. One of my favorite jokes on The Office is when Michael sits Oscar down and says, like, can you explain the budget to me like I'm 5? And Oscar goes through this whole thing and says, all right, so if you have $10,000, if you have $50 for your lemonade stand and you don't use all of the money, and next year when you want to do the lemonade stand again, and then Michael interjects and goes, I'll be 6. And Oscar's like, yeah, well, your parents won't give you $50 again for the next lemonade stand, so. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton is not... Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Oh, not brothers. Okay, I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records, he said, bluffing. Excuse me? Grr. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information. and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah! Nah, it can't be that simple. Nowadays, it would take 3 months pause in order to get that. Yeah, because of woke. It sucks, I know. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Counsel, I'm Yusuke now. Yusuke isn't the judge. Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Green concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Huh. So what was the whole point about the brickmaker owing money to McGilded? Was that just so he could put him in the books or something? Or was that like a separate thing or what? Red herring? It was fine? Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. Alright, this feels like we're done, and often when these cases feel like they're done, there's like a whole 90 minutes of just proving now that we know what happens as the fucking culprit just goes down with the ship. So let's see. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. Oh, fuck. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. 2 print. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. He's grabbing his arm now, that's nice. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night, 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. It would be so easy for you to accept this, so just, subpoena right away, just fucking go with it. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh, damn! Oh, that was a good moment. That was not... What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 took the life of Herlock's file. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. Who are these characters? And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Okay, I say this knowing that it's gonna come across as biased because I don't like the character. I feel like having Iris here to help you is a missed opportunity to have Ryu do this whole trial completely solo and just show how much he's grown and he's capable. You know, Herlock's gone, Susie's gone, he's going up against Van Ziek by himself. I feel like Iris hasn't really even helped that much. I feel like she's here as like an interjection, kind of like so he has someone to talk to, and that's fair enough, like it works, but I really wish that he was alone for this, and it shows like at the end of this first game, like look how far he's come, he can do this by himself, blah, 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 blah. But again, I don't like Iris, so maybe, you know, I'm compromised, I don't know. Struck the calendar of the wall of the shop, having the first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? No, I cut myself shaving. It's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence when under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Oh, is he gonna blame the death on these two over here now then? He's gonna be like, yeah, now it's gonna be like who shot Sherlock instead of who shot Windibank? But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence. But why was he in cahoots with Greg? Why were they negotiating? Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. If he's stealing secrets, why was Greg like, we can't let it play, and now we're gonna talk? Did Greg know he was from the communications and he know what it was, but he didn't realize he was talking to the person who was selling it? Joe hates smart people and he hates children. Iris happens to be both. I don't hate smart people, and I also don't hate children. What the fuck is this coming from? He's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. I do hate smart children, which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulking Brother's gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. Wait, do we know that? And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which could only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Grrr. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Okay, bold move, but that clearly isn't gonna fly after all of the fucking runaround you just did throughout this whole entire trial. Just sit the fuck down. It was obviously you. Shut the fuck up. You don't get to be a witness after being the accused and having blood on your arm that you lied about and you wouldn't show us. It's fucking bullshit. No, bullshit. Objecting. I'm the judge and I'm objecting now, motherfucker. I object to this whole thing. Like, no. What are you talking about? You can't just fucking Uno reverse at this. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the door at the poor defense's pawnbroker and shot him. Is there a gun in your cane? Is that why it doesn't have a thing on the bottom? Weird fucking cane? I'm gonna sneeze. Order, order, order! Well. Phew! It would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. Like, both of them were there, and they both saw each other. Did Kenjita come out and say no, it was him, and they just fucking counter each other with the fucking this is fucking kangaroo court? Fucking bullshit. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Also, thank you to Marshmallona for the 2-month resub. It's really fun revisiting this game through the streams. I can't stick around for now, but thanks for the stream and hope you're enjoying. I am enjoying it. It's really fun. Hopefully you see this in the VOD when you get here. If you watch it all back, Marshmallona, thank you. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Oh, fucking hell, we're doing all this shit? Nothing would give me greater pleasure. I mean, I would rather have a chocolate bar, but, you know, that's me, I guess. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Oh, good gracious, that was the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. It contradicts almost every single other piece of evidence and testimony that we've had in this trial. The defendant, the counsel, you don't even have to fucking do the cross-examination. That was so fucking stupid. Guilty. We don't need jurors. You don't fucking just go back to your fucking, I could go. Yeah, just go. You could go now. It's fine. Just don't worry about it. What the fuck? Just wasting our fucking time. Good gracious, this is a quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way, but neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. It does have blood, but it's the wrong color blood, but that we can't use that because the color blood isn't allowed. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. Also, the color of it, and because I'm presenting it's fine. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work, his ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. God, so true. So true. We love an empirical king. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Let's go to Germany and do the court thing there then. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. Modern writers doing a mystery in a set in a past period, having no idea how to do court proceedings when they can't have any CSI at all. So they have to come up with these fucking like acrobatic fucking loophole justifications for why we can do like blood analysis and shit, so we can have some fucking evidence done. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. Not Ginny's coat, not Penny's boat, if they test it with their chemicals. Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Okay, let's take a page out of Brett's handbook then. Let's eat the coat before they can do it. Nom nom. Objection. Nom. Counsel, what are you doing? Oh, no, 1 second. Just don't move, Jenny, I'm going to shoot. Uh-oh. Bengen Rumpa, but that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That's a stain from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mick Gilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. What do we think about Make It So? I think Make It So is a surprisingly versatile card. You think it's not going to do much, but the amount of times that you actually do play 3 skills in a turn, like, oh my god, like, it comes back to your hand all the time. It's like just free damage. Just add it to your desk and it's just fucking free damage all the time. I was like loving it when I had it in my deck. Like, holy shit. I was really surprised. Thank you, Taravon Bonsai, a name I'm probably getting wrong, for the 23 months. The other day, I legitimately had a nightmare where I tuned into your Ace Attorney stream, and it turned out you still hadn't finished Metaphor. Thank you to her and Bonsai. It's good, but it's usually only a choice when the other options aren't doing much for you. Is it a rare card? If it's a rare card, then if it's coming up with the rest of the rare cards, yeah, I wouldn't pick that over a lot of the other cards that he has. But sometimes you get an odd rare card that shows up in the from a normal hallway fight, right? And if it shows up there, you're like, okay, I'll happily take that. You know, yeah, it's good. And while we wait the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. I have a silent run stalled on the beginning of Act 2 right now. I didn't have time to finish it today. Once they find the blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord? Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. There are 6 pieces of things here to press? Oh my god.
Hold it!
Mr. Windenbeck emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Where's Greg? Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Judgy had a gun. Sorry, Gov. Sorry, bruv. When the Windenbeck threw Nash over the counter, I felt a little sharp pain in my arm. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windenbeck intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. But then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. You mean you chased after? Oh my god, we haven't even used fucking, Iris's stupid fucking cat flap gun. That hasn't come back up yet. God, you mean you chased after him? Don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night, yeah. Yeah, and it was installed by Iris with her cat flap thing. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that when I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. I really like, by the way, that the blood that was from the past crime scene that's over the coat, that seemed like a clue to link them together, has now come back in a completely different light, as like this might be damning to her because she has human blood all over her coat, and this, it might look like she killed someone because of it. It's really, really good. I like that a lot. But that was when Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun ground the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun! The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, Sumari, the accused, must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Ha 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 ha. Calm yourself, Counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment, run where, that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I believe it. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. Also, really good foresight to call him thrice fired Mason. So we take that as his name, and it parentheses a full name, so we can have this last name relevancy come back up later. It's cool. A lot of good planning decisions in this. It's so annoying. If only they accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. They won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our cause. Although our case. Although we do have a link now that we can say that the green blood actually is his. Bother. Oh bother. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Why would she do that? Why would, what, that's so stupid. Really? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. And then, the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. This is clearly bullshit, so it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Do you have it? Yes, it was yours truly. Here it is. And just ignore that it's like beautifully ornate and color-coded and matching, like coordinated with my outfit. She just happened to have a gun that was, you know, ostentatious like me. Yes, it's fucking Ivory from Devil May Cry. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clean up? Clear up, clear up. We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute Ear told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? What the okay, we'll deal with that in a second. I admit to nothing of the sort. Stop calling me one of the skulking brothers! But you are one. You're a big brother. You are. All right. You can't even show the court that such a disc exists, can you? As expected, he won't admit to anything unless I can thrust the evidence in his face. It's not as easy as you thought, is it, to pin a crime on this lapple? Lapple? But it won't stick. Not murder, not treason. Maybe not right now, but you won't be sniggering like that forever. What's your feeling, Bruno? As much as I hate to admit, was that the last one? I don't see any obvious holes in this testimony at the moment. But if you find a way to break this man, you have to find a way to break this man, and quickly too, because once they discovered the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing, it's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that, I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere, and I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat.
You little toe rag! Excuse me!
Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause you never asked. Didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming people in the door. Sorry about that. I could be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God, blimey. See the way he's looking at me? Police brutality, I tell you. I'm telling you, this deed gives me the willies. I feel like after that, everything that happened here should just be the blank slate. Just let me go and I won't press charges on him. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Humph! Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Yeah, kind of a plot hole. Bad writing. Yep. That's it? My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. On the accused overcoat. That was fucking fast. Holy shit. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Now time for an examination summation. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Okay, that was kind of conjecture on their part. What the fuck? Goodness me! See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton, so the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Well, not yet. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Excuse me, I specifically said at the end of that trial that I don't know if he's innocent or not, and I have a bad feeling about it, and I can't definitively say that he is innocent. What the fuck are you talking? What the fuck is this revisionist history, fucking Big V? Fuck off! Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country, and also my hallowed chalice. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery is that's what it is? How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. If only there was a doctor on the jury that maybe knew a lot about blood. Oh, what? But we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist! Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? He searches crime scenes for a living. It's not the same thing at all. He's literally the... Oh, I held out Piroski to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Okay, thank you. Okay. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Gregsy, speak up. Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? Not even the judge is buying it. As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, sumari, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. I mean, he also had the coat on for a little while, and he could have seen. That is the whole truth. Zeeks, what are you doing? I have never thought less of Zeeks than right now. My lord. Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Oh, Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now? Sir.
Guilty.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. Alright, let's get this fucking summation examination over with. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I think we've done quite well, Big V. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't believe it, after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Oh, he's here! I hope he does the examination summation. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer! It's him! You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? It's me, Susie. Oh! Mr. Sholmes. What? What is the meaning of this? Ora, ora, ora! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be had I not been set upon an errand. Oh, who's this? Give me back my scalpel! What errand? Early, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? Oh, with the fucking cat! I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? Ah, fuck it, just let him. This trial has taken many hours of this court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go waste any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Thank you, boyfriend. Thanks, girl. Very well then, Council, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. When is Susie gonna arrive in a fucking disguise? Oh, Ryu, I already have. Rips off the fucking Russian outfit. I was inspired by the ballerina on the boat. I'm actually on the turn. Not guilty. Shows, are you alright now? Alright? I'm all wrong. Sorry, I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, I should pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. Lunch? What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. You will. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. Oh, I knew! She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means that was devious and underhanded. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. And at the very moment of crisis, you were able to give the small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san, whatever could it be? No! No! What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. What? Yeah. What are you? What the fuck does this have to do with anything? Oh god, this is when we have to use the metal detector on the fucking on his fucking arm. What the fuck are you talking? Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. Judge, you haven't let us use their invention about the blood, but let me show you this one. Yes, I'm interested. I have a cat at home. Well, you can use this to make a cat flap in any door so they can get between it without having you to open the door. It saves on time and drafts and stuff. Very good. Yes, you know, now that I've seen the veracity of their inventions, I'm inclined to believe their blood analysis. Sure, now it's admissible. Go for it, fucking council. How the fuck is this related? What? Mrs. Otto muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. That's so true. Well, that's extremely flattering. I miss her so much. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? Whatever indeed. That night, when you left Windibank in pursuit, Windibank's in the pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. What? There's a second flap in the door to the storeroom that no one found? What? Sherlock, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? This is your answer, dear fellow? Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flatomat that night, but why? The cat flapomat has been entered into the compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps in larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? Alright, thank you, Herlock. Very cool. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Ooh, the game is afoot. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination, as he has done 6 times prior, just today, but any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. Please be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. I'm gonna use the cat flap on the floor and just get the fuck out of here. Like a ninja throwing a smoke bomb. My lord, the defense requests a summation examination, further cross-examination, time to think. Further cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. Fuck protocol. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of the existing witnesses. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. I picked that one just because I didn't want to do another cross-examination summation. I was like, I hope that one's right, because I don't want to have to talk to all 6 of them again and go through that shit. My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Oh, damn. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Oh, shit. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. We hit him with that technicality. Nobody can say anything then. If Freeman asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. Didn't he do that in the last trial too? I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. Is it? I concur the defense, even though it doesn't feel like it sometimes, I concur the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, more than anything else, I've decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Wait, hold on. The cat flap, it didn't exist until she, oh, it wasn't even there. No, fuck, it wasn't even there. It wasn't there until she did the, oh my fucking god. It's not there. Fucking hell, it's not there. She installed it after he left. I thought maybe she did it and crawled in somehow. What the fuck? It's fucking cat flap. Phew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the 2 parts at the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat even the toughest doors. It also installs a handle afterwards too. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say it. That's what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flap-o-mat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Wagahai is so adorable, but there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Oh, someone call a doctor. Mr. Shobes. To stand so insouciantly before the court in the state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. And for some reason, there's a scalpel emerging from his abdomen from the inside out. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Suzato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Susie, why didn't you tell us you put a flap on the door? Oh, Ryu, thank you for hurrying back. Holmes seems to be shot. Oh, also, by the way, before we get out of here, just so you know, just in case, it might be relevant, might come up, I went and used the cat flap-o-matic on that door over there to make sure that Gina's okay. Just want you to know, saw that you went over and used it just now, actually. It's just, it was me that did it. It's just, it's kind of important. Fuck it. Well, while these ruffians are jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. How does he know about the flap on the door? I don't know either. Yeah, how does he know? Did he go back and see it? I'm assuming the man, I could see him through the people in the door though. All right, it's probably this one, right? The accused in a black coat shot the man in back. He's trying to flee safety. I saw the blood spatter over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and she. Okay, let's do this one. This one has more aura. We'll accept the photographs that don't have them. It does have it. Oh my god, it's there. The fucking stereoscopic spot the difference bullshit again. It's there at fucking 1:30. God fucking damn it.
Objection.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work out that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Oh, really? Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Oh shit, I was wrong. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say, to use while I beg your pardon. 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door, I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see the inside the locked storeroom. You didn't smell the wood that had been freshly cut? This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How do you know it was there? How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. And kindly mean what you say. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such a time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
What? So when are we doing the examination summation? This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Nice. Riddled with, explain yourself, counsel. It was a pun, sir. Ah, well, +2, but this is why I shouldn't do voices. Just endlessly rip and stim the majority of the Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant. It's based upon what he witnessed through the peephole of the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Grr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh. Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Let's do it on the door behind you, let's go. Demonstration time. Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. What? Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flap mat creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the peephole at Windibanks are an exact match. Ugh. Hehe, old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Well, actually, then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? Why are you wasting our time? Cat Flap-O-Matic, it's there. We saw it. It's in the fucking Old Bailey door. It's a slam dunk. Case closed. He doesn't need to prove it. It's fine. I accept. It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device, but now the perpetrator has returned to her native land. She cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Can't prove when the peephole was made? I will not be dissuaded. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. You've convinced me. Well, counsel. Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. Fuck you. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Wow, just right in front of Iris, huh? Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim was made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windibank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Okay, it's this photograph right here. Look at this photograph.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Oh, thank you. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But, more to the point, look at the door. It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door of the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, Sumari, your testimony is a catalog of lies. No peephole in the door, couldn't have seen the broker on the floor. That's okay, I'll stop. Oh shit. Order, order, order! I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But it was to see if... They didn't know it was a crime scene at that point. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No. They're calling him the first boomer. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Jail for perjury. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, you streamed it, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, Sumari, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What? Oh, it's like, how does he know about the peephole if he never saw it, maybe? Something like that? This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris is right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the third gun, the peephole, the blood... Yeah, the peephole. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, I... Has the cat got your tongue, witness? Ryu, what are you doing? Go high-five the judge. What the fuck are you doing? What? Get out of my way. I want to high-five him first. But the peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. But once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. Was he in disguise? Was he the one that was, like, over the counter when we were looking at it? The place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door bars, so the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. Yeah, how are you gonna explain this, bro? And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. Fuck. You know what? You're onto something here, my learned Nipponese friend. Mr. Graydon, fucking answer. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Oh, Greggy, what the... Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, I can head upon the full dusty trail. Time for old Greggy to leave the room. Permission denied. Oh, it's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. Ooh, just friend now. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is this person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? I mean, it has to be Greg, because he wants to leave, right? The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You would better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friends. I don't. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. It's when they were talking while I was, cross-witnessing... Gina? Oh shit, who was it? And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? You want someone else to write stories about you? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view at the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Ugh. Oh, I've just remembered something, Runa. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. But Greggy, why? I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Oh, do you have the music disc on you right now? I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, it's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student speciality. It usually works. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. All right, are we just glossing over the fact that he psychically knows about the peephole? Evidence. Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Quick, get the metal detector out and put it over his coat. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Grayson, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. And that must be it. More fish and chip, Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that the Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Okay, how do I say that? Do I say, like, the music box disc? Do I say the newspaper for the communications thing? Do I say the music box itself? I'm gonna go with saving it. And then taking second break. Ha 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 ha! The cliffhanger. Be right back in a couple minutes. All right, let's continue. I feel like it's asking me to say the second music box disc, and I don't know if it wants it to be like this is the reason why that he wants it is because of the thing that's going on with the leak. I don't know if it's that it's the music box itself because it had the disc in it when he got it, or just a disc. I'm gonna go with a disc and see if that's it.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. I'm unmuted, right? Yeah, and the chandelier's gone. Okay, cool. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? God, the blood on his coat kind of looks like dirt on a lens when it first comes over. It gets me every time. What are you saying? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? Oh, maybe it would have accepted all three of them. That's good. The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play two discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Gregson, no! The Skulkin brothers have been here, but they haven't said a word in an hour. Order, order, order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, and McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. What the Umineko is this music? Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. Or maybe Greggy killed McGilded. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. What has this got to do with me? And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. This is crazy, Greg. You were gonna let Ginny go down for it just so you could get the disc? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. Fucking Greg, man. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, I will kill you myself if it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? He is? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say? Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc actually on his person. Yes, now let's play it on the music box. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order examination of his personal effects immediately, and also let's see, Eggert's thumb too. Still curious about that. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. Wait, where are these stakes coming from? That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Your Majesty's government will be able to overlook. I think Sherlock has it. He probably lifted it from him and has already made a fucking toffee fucking imprint of it. It's not something the Majesty's will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. Big V, it was your fucking claim that he has it, but somehow something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? I think Sherlock has it. I think Sherlock has it. I'm going for it. I don't care. I will lose a life. I don't give a shit. I think Sherlock has it. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical nippity stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Wait, is Sherlock even still here? Be quiet, all of you. Runo's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. so you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. What? We're British? Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next word. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be, and it involves going to this. I hope it's Sherlock. God, I hope it's Sherlock. I hope Sherlock lifted it. Please. Counsel, of whom do you request the search now?
Take that!
My lord, the defense demands this person be searched at once. Good grief, what possible relation could exist? Oh, it's not him! No! Objection. It would seem my Nipponese friend does not understand the gravity of requesting such a search. If the defense counsel's aim is humiliation, I sure hope they have perhaps it would give him a taste of his own medicine. It's not? Who has it then? If Gregsy doesn't have the disc at the moment, the question is, where could he have hidden it? The trouble is, he's been in the witness stand the entire time and fully— The judge has it?! Not an easy situation in which to go about hiding anything, really. So there's honestly only one place he could have possibly hidden it then. Perhaps in another person's pocket? Someone with him on the stand? Well, counsel, if I'm not mistaken about the things that I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure only one person it could be. Counsel, who used to— Okay, hold on. Did he go and talk to the judge? Is the judge even on here? The judge isn't here. It's not the judge. Okay. He wouldn't have given it back to Ashley. Ginny? Nash Skulkin? When he was having the fight? Like when he was like hitting him up and down? You didn't tell me about the gun?
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Me? M? Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard has to object to the search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. What? But Lord Van Zeeks, I've no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. I wish it had been the judge. The judge would have been great. So after they had the conference, like secrets, and they made the plan, he went into and spoke to the judge in his room for the recess, right? And he planned it on the judge, but that's not it. It happened after the recess, isn't it? Like the recess happened first, and then they had the negotiation, and then he must have put it on Nash when they were having the fight, after he realized that that it was more serious and that he was helping a murderer. I guess he didn't realize that Ashley actually shot him, and there was a third gun, and he's like, why I'm so angry. Okay, it makes sense. I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Cut it out. Ooh, need me? Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. Okay, we're not gonna play them together for the whole court now that we know it's government secrets, right? There's no way that we're gonna do that, right? There's no possible way that we're gonna do. This is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order! Mr. Culkin, what do you have to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean just Gordon Fleeman Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God! Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord, no doubt. Then, for pity sake. Why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure, but at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Which one? There have been 75 of those. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. This is right after Herlock came in through the doors, right? While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he didn't know. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother I was. Brother! And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. Not a Scooby-Doo. He was just suddenly turned and grabbed me and whistled like that and started shaking me. Didn't say that one right. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear, all he did. My head's still throbbing now. Police brutality it is. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. Brother, if only liquid and solid snake were British. Brother! Even looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. Wait, Liquid was British. Hold on. I'm you. I'm your shadow. He won. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide this. Well, bless my wig. He hit it. You. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. I wonder if he's going to be acquitted of this then, because he had orders. Doesn't matter what you do to bring these discs. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. Must have been good secrets on here then. Let's have a listen and see. Was it really that important, Gregson? Do it on the QT, strictly hush hush. Hush hush, a top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. I'm surprised you didn't just, like, fucking leave when you got the disc, man. Maybe you were after the first one, too? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. Really? That's what we're going with? Really? However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? Oh yeah, that. I'm under no obligation to explain. Okay, battler. What the fuck? What? Fucking blonde battler fucking on the fucking stand here. Yeah, yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You. What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Come on, Greg. Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Yeah, okay. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Oh, well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in a detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently presence of idol, stop. Completely compromised. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson if they declare the decision... What is even this decision? What does this decision even mean at this point? Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose, or have to do another fucking examination submission, and no one wants that. That's right, I don't. Either some proof that Grayson killed Mr. Windebank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions. No. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? I don't even know what we're doing right now. What are we trying to do? If we do jury, are we just gonna go to examination summation? Like that wouldn't end it, would it? Like, maybe it's that? Maybe the jury will actually say not guilty? Clearly something's up? Because I can't see how that would end if that wasn't the case. But I also can't see how we can press anything at this moment. Iris is saying present something though, and that's what our thought said too. So maybe it's that? Is it? I don't even know what we're meant to be doing. Hold on, like what would we even do? Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windebank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Okay, well we can press that Graydon, the gun that Graydon brought, right? Can we do that? Can we say like, I want to press Graydon, and the evidence is that like there was a third gun that was fired at the scene, right? So where's that? Okay, I'm actually curious if it's gonna auto lose if we leave it to the jury, because it should go to a summation examination. So let's see, is it gonna, or is it a fake choice? Let's see. I can't possibly decide this. I think all I can do is leave it in the jury's capable hands at this. No, Runo. Oh, okay, never mind. Look how far we've come. This is the final stretch. You need to pick the most explosive piece of evidence and throw it at the weakest witness. Hard. Just before you do, you deserve an explosive punishment for that weakest of decisions. Oh, whose side are you on, bro? This will be the final blow. I need to decide where to place it myself. Your answer then, please, counsel. Some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness. Or can we like force Gregson to play the music discs maybe, and he'll say no and then he'll admit to something or whatever? Or is it about, I think it's Graydon, I think it's the gun. Let's go with that. Mr. Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Humph, you misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. Oh, this isn't about that he killed someone then. Shit, I thought it said in the history that he killed someone, not that he did a deal on the stand. What the fuck? I have no idea. Is it okay? This is leading me to think that it's probably the same piece of evidence that can work for both of them. It's Iris's story manuscript somehow. Somehow they knew about it. Okay. The ticket? Redemption? No. Gene's representation papers. Samples of blood. Pawnbroker's ticket with the blood on it. The hand. Hound of the Baskervilles. No. The Gildeds. This, maybe? No, I don't think so. Autopsy report. Can't be that. Can't be the guns. Have we used the fact that this broke yet? Explosive evidence. This made an explosion. I don't know. I have no idea. I really don't know. Let me put chat down before I get mad. Also, thank you to Sky Thickion for the 14 months. This isn't a kangaroo court. This is an entire circuit. It has had that vibe yet. This is the best kangaroo court trial for sure. Thank you, Sky Thickion. And thank you, Dolomitos, for the 16 months. Does Vampire Edgeworth even drink a full glass of wine, or does he just throw 90% of the ball at the wall? I don't know if he's drank anything, actually. He might have just, he might just be smelling it. I'm not sure. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit that to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. All right, I'm a little annoyed that it said here that if you're pushing Graydon, it would be pressing him on either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole his government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. And then I picked Grayson, but instead I picked Graydon, but now it's still about the admitting the deal that they made on the stand. So I guess it's the same piece of evidence for the two of them. Is there some? How could there possibly be proof of that? Like, how could the music disc have possibly been passed over if that was the case? I don't know. That seems like going in circles. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just asserting my dominance as being a lawyer and summon the ghost of Kazuma to come help. I mean, this is the only line of thought I have at all, and even then, it's a really big stretch. I don't see how the cat flap is it. Yeah, it can't be that. I can't see how it's the bullet. Okay, let's just try that. Let's just try the music, I guess. I have no idea what to do.
Take that!
Okay, it's doing some dialogue at least. Sorry, let me bring my windows back. I misclicked. Is that Mr. McGillicuddy's Peculiar Music Box Council? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered, set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Council! No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection.
Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Alright, so far this doesn't feel like it follows to me at all, but okay. But now we have a chance to confirm that theory. We're crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with a witness. You're mad. If you let the secret information out to the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leak confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor, I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Erg. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. Ooh. Very well. Let's all go down for treason together. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. Ooh, look at it. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. How do you line them up? Does it have like a starting groove? Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right. I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop. What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said, when the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? You may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Okay, Greg, why didn't you just like deck him and take it? Like what this is really bad, Greg. I couldn't let the information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. You. Whoa! Traitor! Oh, shit. You know what? I hope he kills him. Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! Why doesn't his cane have a thing at the bottom? That's it then. It's all over. Objection? I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I want to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need do is go along with me little plan now. Doesn't feel like he's dead. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you're committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. That was the judge, sorry. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. What is this? Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail, old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the 2 discs. Oh, this was the first time that you were selling government secrets? The first time it went this bad. Wow, okay. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal, the exchange of the second disc? Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. Wait, what? So it wasn't the first time? That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. Do you think the dad said to McGilded, like, what is this anyway? And McGilded told him, and he was like, oh, holy shit, treason, I won't do that, or something like that? All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Wait, so you killed him? Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. It's based, I'm sorry to say, that tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Wasn't the cane broken? Backup cane. He has 2 of them, yeah. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. That was him? What's this, officer? Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. Just time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again? That's right, an imposter, hired by me. Oh, it wasn't you, it was just him. Okay. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. Man, why'd you have to kill Windibank? It would have been all aboard this scheme. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. Graydon, you can always trust the pawnbroker. Windibanks is my favorite. This is the first of the 2 discs in the music box. You need to play them. Always be pawn. Always be pawned. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for a young man. Crawling Ollie going into the fucking pawnbrokery with a bunch of shit strapped to her back like a turtle shell. Always be pawning. Everyone's pawning all the time. What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery. Yes, it's a pawnbroker ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article. I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Oh, really? It's really common. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. Unless a little girl invents a way to install fucking cat doors with a fucking like gun instrument that works on some weird fucking battery magic of the time. So I knew that he'd taken steps to hide the disc. It would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. What the fuck, dude? What are you fucking talking? Yes, Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another McGilded's pawn, that he must have threatened her somehow. This is a stretch. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. How did you know when the deadline was? But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. You didn't notice it on the shelf when you went in? Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there, in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang. 2 bangs. Bang, bang. A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. And the broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Bang. Sounds like self-defense to me, not guilty. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. My lawyer Rio would like to let me know that it was a joke. That was a joke. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It stuck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Refuge? Refuge, yeah. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash or Ringo even realized what had happened at first. Alright. I think Stroll would still forgive him. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windybanks on that wretched night. Sun's up another day. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Quite a sympathetic villain there, who still definitely did a crime that deserves punishment. That's cool. That's a cool. Usually when you're in that kind of thing, you're like, I sympathize with what you did, and it's like I can see where it came from, and it's just tragic. Whereas here, it's like I sympathize, but like, man, you did wrong here. Like this was bad. What you did. This was bad shit. Yeah. Okay. I think maybe right now I can't remember the first games, but this might be my favorite trial of all of them, including the first 3. I think I like the end of Justice for All more with how everything tied together. But individually, just this trial had some really good callbacks, but also it was just really funny. It was really, really funny. Went on a touch too long though, but yeah. This is definitely the best of this game. I don't know if it's the best period though, but like yeah. Definitely the most entertaining. Yeah, someone's saying it was so entertaining. Definitely the most entertaining of all of the how many have we seen? 5, 10, 15, extra ones, 6, 16, here's 21 trials, so 21 episodes. I think this is the most entertaining of the 21 that I've seen. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. Okay, are you going to get restrained now too? He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. I don't know, actually. Will he? Does he have immunity because of the secret thing? He might, actually. I don't know. Yes, my lord, of course. Which inspires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. I agree, actually. I feel like you handled this poorly. As soon as he started making the deal, you should have been, oh, you have the disc? Like, sock and then just take the disc, or just arrest him. Like, he's trying to extort you for getting off a whatever. Like fuck hell, Gregson. Like, but still, even though you handled this poorly, like, maybe you'll still get off. Like, maybe the Chief Justice will be like, you know, we'll look the other way. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah, yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. For the last time. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Who are we even judging at this point?
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
They got a lot of mileage out of that head slam animation. Ha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Reno, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Mr. Strahd, I'm not finished with you yet. Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Come on, Judge. 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windyback's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems. Never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening, and turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box and disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly the most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. Wow. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. I love Big V, holy shit. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. I'm very sorry about that. Judge, you went along with it! It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. What's happening? Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series... Serious? Series? It's a mistake, right? A meaningless series of two different notes. What? What? Can that really be? Maybe you put the discs in backwards. It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box here again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But I am curious, so let's just do it. Fuck it. I'm a little drunk after going through so many hallowed chalices. You know what? Let's do it, my learned friend. It's really gonna bother me. Oh, Sherlock. Sherlock did lift the disc and did make an imprint of it. He did. He did. I was right. We could have searched Sherlock and got one. 100%. 100%. He has another one, and we're gonna listen to it for sure. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. Depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I peg your Barden. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at some. Start at home. You got to change how you are yourself. Make your bed. Well, it's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born again Miss Lestrade, never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Then she became an inspector and was here every single day. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Confetti court! Woo! Confetti court! Confetti court! Woohoo! It has never been more of a kangaroo confetti court. That is all. Court is adjourned. Okay, so is it has to, the government's secret is why fucking Susie was called back? Because there's no fucking way. Why would he even do that? No, it can't be that. If it's personal, it has to be something that was there, that was called, and then we're gonna hear it at the end of this with Sherlock, and it's gonna be set for the second game, and we're like, holy shit, what the fuck? Or it's gonna be something related to, I guess, the Crystal Tower or something like that, and it's gonna be like holy shit, someone's planning it to attack it or some shit like that, and that's gonna set up a big overarching story in the second game. Because there's no way we're not gonna have the secrets after that bit that happened there. But is it gonna be a personal revelation, or is it gonna be like a bigger story revelation? That is all. Court is adjourned. The secret is that Van Zieks is homosexual. I don't think that's a secret. What? Whoa. Want to listen to the music box? Oh, do I ever. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Thank you for 20 gift subs for Prez. Thank you very much. Oh. Celebratory confetti subs. Thank you. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. At the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. Do you want to be my apprentice and learn how to kill people and escape justice? I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand— You're just hung up on your ex? Really? This is all this is. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal as the hands of the Japanese. Is your ex Kazuma? Because that would be spicy. Oh, spill the tea. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Susie's dad. Gotta be Susie's dad. Susie's dad. This is totally lying, by the way. It's Susie's dad. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Are they really just letting us do this? So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again in Game 2. (17th of April, 5:24 p.m.) The old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It's a different kind of courtroom now. Nice, nice. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris's disappeared to? Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara Odo. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept the promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. Literally, it's London. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Bro is 2 betrayals in a row from becoming the Joker. As long as it's betrayal, trust rewarded. Betrayal, trust rewarded. As long as they're sandwiched, he's fine. But 2 betrayals in a row, boom, it's Joker time. Oh well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. Clover votes betrayal, I suppose. Fuck you, Alan. I sort of feel the same way. Get fucked, dollars. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryu. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Okay, but McGilded exploited that. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Do you? Because to me, he sounds stupid and idealistic. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Herlock? But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ha ha ha, yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Looks like Raiden. Aha, yes, it was me all along, you see. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Escape? Oh. I happened to be aware of 1 or 2 foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. Oh, free to go. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your timeless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Close friend? Oh, thank you. Humph. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, baby. Is Gina going to become our new assistant now? Because, you know, Susie's totally gone forever and ever. Have I irked you in some way, Mrs. Strahd? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Holmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway? Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. You're gonna have to stay at Baker Street now in order to be safe. But of course, I pay no attention to such a rational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. The fact that the door was in plain sight. I'm sure some people noticed it, like, when they first saw it. Don't get me wrong. I didn't notice it. The fact that it was fair and it was there the whole time is I don't want to say like favorite because, like, you know, recency bias and all that, because I'm just like really in awe right now. But definitely one of my favorite things in a mystery game, whatever. Like, it's the fact that it plays fair and you could notice it if it was there is just really, really good. Like holy shit, well done. The confidence to just put this in there and just be like, yep, it's there if you can see it. If you're paying attention and you're thinking you can see it, but if not, it'll come later. Like, yeah, absolutely well done. The fact that it even links to looking at two photographs too, and it's there, and just like fuck. Like, if you cross your eyes properly and you're looking so, they had you look at these two, and they had you like see that the thing on the desk had moved, and they're making so look at it there. They had it side by side, and still I didn't see it. They prompted me to study these two fucking pictures, and I didn't fucking see it. Fucking hell, man. Well done. Well done. Seriously, well done. Very impressive. Holy shit. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh yeah, oh really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs, you mean like God? No, you, who stays at the attic. Yeah, him upstairs. Knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. You won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that bog trotter, what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. Oh, honey. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Well, there goes the stitches. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. He's fucking telling her about it? But these adults didn't notice my presence at all. Ha ha ha, they had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But You won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You were the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. This is bullshit. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bogtrotter's stuff, what was in lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, lucky you then, huh? Fucking privilege talking. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. Are you gonna open a school and teach them how to all get proper jobs? Like wow. That's all they need. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. Yep. Do you know you can work for a living? Wow, I never knew. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, Mom. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Bullshit. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo? Yes? Ah, what was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Huh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh, say thank you. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well, Zelda sound. Thanks, Odo. Aww, I like Ginny. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina, for being someone that I represented that didn't turn out to be guilty. Thank you. And then she died. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Is it really? Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. It's optimists that want the bad news first, right? Because then the good news stays there and is overpowering the bad news, right? It's pessimists that want the good news first, and then the bad news is like what stays with them afterward. Who knows? All right then. So maybe let's just start with the good news this time. 10 minutes left. Okay, 10 minutes left. Yep. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. All right then. What's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? Where the White Cliffs are, that's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. We have our own train! Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Chomes? I rushed to Victorian Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. You did what? And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. How much money are you making from your pawning? I don't. The great detective does it again. Indeed, he does. Always be pawning. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport the director's foibles. What? Okay, it's just blackmail all over the shop. Okay. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London Victoria. Ooh. 18th of April, 5:32 a.m., Port of Dover, Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Where could she be? Thank you, Noser Null, for the 27 months. Thank you again for the 20 gifts, by the way, Annie. Only 40 more months, because it's 27, Noser Null. For 6-7, we're anticipating 6-7. Will that even still be a thing? Is it still even a thing? I feel like the millennials co-opted 6-7 to seem cool. Those fuckers. Over there, look. It looks like she's reading something. Yeah, her book of all knowledge that she uses to pass off her psychic ability. Really, she's reading minds. Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing? Had the strongest sense of deja vu there. Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see? Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. Could have mentioned the cat thing earlier. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Your vibes are rancid right now, Susie. Rancid vibes. Thinking August for 77 months. 7-7. Just checked with Errol. There are 10 more minutes left. Oh, okay, 10 more minutes to go. Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, 10 more minutes. All right. Okay. That's not true. It's more than 10 minutes. The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Fucking hate it here, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming? You have about 10 minutes left, including credits. Okay. It's because of the people. Is it because of the people, Miss Susato? You were checking to see if she was okay. You didn't even know someone was shot in there. I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. Did you? What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? Why is the Hound of the Baskervilles in the court record? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. You pickpocketed the whole entire fucking gun thing? No. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. It's gone right now, actually. On a whim, I thought it'd be fun to see if I could take Cat Flapomat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? That's why I've had a kimono this whole entire game, for this moment, and then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. Susie, you went to bed, I see, and then... Mr. Sholmes, leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had on my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you use the cat flapping mat to make the people in the door. Yeah, this is all fair. Like, if the door was locked, it's fine. It's captured in a photographic print in the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. I just read that whole last, like, 2 minutes on autopilot. But when I looked through the hole in the door, he was dead on the floor. The sight of him in my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Meanwhile, in the background, the boat's leaving. Oh no! But because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. The possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? Cat trap. So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that, so you made the people to anyone, not even the police? Could have told. I know, and I knew at the time that what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. No, that's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. And not us? If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan, and the god of this world, who was the person who wrote it, thought it would make a really great moment in the story for the audience that's playing it. And you know what? He was right. He actually was right. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. It's not tampering! Someone might be hurt in there! What is this tampering bullshit? So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh, no! I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Which means we should use trickery like this in all cases going forward. Why not? Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets, and this book from getting what? Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to replay on my mind, I'm sure. 10 minutes left from here? Okay. But the revelation of that music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we were talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero pipe problem, I assure you. Zero pipe problem. A Soji? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asoji. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asoji was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How'd you know that name, Iris? Well, we have microphones in your room. You say it at night. I wrote down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. And you didn't tell it? She really is a genius. I thought Sherlock had lifted it. I thought the message Why did he make an imprint in toffee then? What was that for? He just did that, Lamayo, and not show you my fucking toffee trick? I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code. It's not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Suzato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Of course I fucking do. Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Ooh. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Brr, brr. Last call, board, of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Suzato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? Sure. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T Gurguson. Gurguson? Gregson? Tobias Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man. What the fuck is going on? And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? A Shin? And the last name is us. What's the matter, Miss Suzato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. And J and I are really close together in the Morse code, though, so it could be Iris Wilson. Then after 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. Wait, is there more? Oh yeah, she didn't hear the whole thing, right? I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Thank God. Okay. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumi University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. Yeah, we should tell her soon, but we should talk about it amongst ourselves and also talk to Herlock about it first. Yeah. But we should tell her. This is so strange. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windenbach's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. I thought the message was going to be some reason for you to stay, and it was like they got it wrong, and your dad wasn't sick for some reason. Fucking hell. Okay, all right. I see you, Susie. Yeah, seems so. Are we all going? Another murder on the ship? I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? Is there going to be like a couple years time skip and she comes back, maybe? We wish you safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best. Miss Susato, I hope to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your yeah, about the yeah, what is about your manuscript? Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. How could you possibly know? I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo, yes? Do you remember the first time we met? 10 minutes left? Okay. Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susie takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about, and I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kusama-san's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
I thought the cruise was cancelled.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Yeah.
Of course there will. But whatever happens,
There'll be justice for all.
I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. Huh? What? That was fast. It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Are you fucking with me? Yes. A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Renault's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Oh, I thought it was gonna be about her dad. Fuck. Okay. Credits. Credits are 10 minutes? Okay. And then 10 minutes of epilogue after the credits? Okay. The following week's 100 million box arrived at Baker's. Fucking hell! No need to put. No transpire, I ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned. Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Sellout. Ah, I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Early usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Huh? Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, Idanosa knows his father is an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses! My courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. The drip on this judge, holy shit. Oh, he really didn't come back. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I brought an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. You gonna play a sequel? Yeah, of course. In a week or two, we're gonna play a sequel. Yeah. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. He didn't come back either. What the fuck? I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Yeah, me too, bud. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. The latest Rance magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Humph. Not bad, I suppose. For an amateur. Oh, I thought it was going to be that I committed treason. Glug, glug, glug. I committed jury fraud. Whatever the fuck it would be. Ah, her ladyship puts me to shame. Really? Everyone's coming back. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. I must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the Dicky Peg. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. The cut to the dress on the cannon after that was really funny. My Raleigh is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped halfpennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. You know what? I hope these two kids make it. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Interesting. Yes, I've renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, right? The three Musker Whatsits. Milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. What comeback? He's getting executed? Oh yeah, he's dead for sure, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, he's dead. Or recruited into a spy program. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. In the beginning of the next game, we're going to be in the gutter. What are you talking about? Yes, of course I sentenced that way. That's what you wanted me to do. They don't know that you're the other prosecutor, Mr. President. What in the Robin Hood is this? My wife? Kazuma's dead. Sounds familiar. Hate you, Beppo. We hate Beppo on this stream. Yo-yo pill for the bits. After your final thoughts, would you mind taking a minute to look at the cover of the second game and speculating on it? I think it could be interesting to look back on after the facts. Is that going to be spoilers at all or no? The cover of the second game? What do you mean? Like in the main menu? The 3DS cover? Yeah, sure, I can look it up, sure. You can see it in game, can you? If I can see it in game, I would prefer that because then I can put it on the screen. My wife? Is Ginny gonna come with us or no? What do you think about localization in this game? I think it might unironically be one of the best translations of a game. I like appreciate like having nods toward like it's done well, but like how I can't judge it without knowing the original language, right? Like it's kind of like an impossible thing. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures, Finny, like in a very limited way, being like, it seemed like they did a good job, but it's really difficult to understand, right? But the result was good. Was it? Like in order to judge? Wow, this is what we're ending on. In order to judge it, you would have to go back and see if it's authentic, right? Because if not, it could be just a completely different story with the character saying completely different things with the art in the background, right? Really, no post-credit teaser or something like that. Okay, so how do I... Is it special contents or what? Gallery? No. Ooh, resolve. Oh man, now I know we use this courtroom again. That's crazy. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Pat cake. Patty cake, baker's man. Think a wrench. Okay, Ace, Attorney, Resolve, 3DS, cover. That looks cool. No, I don't really see anything here. Just returning characters, I guess, yeah. Maya is in it. What? Or Mia, whoever that is. Cool, I like it. I really like the colors here. Looks good. Time traveling, a lot of heart. Yeah. Anyway, so this is really good. I think if I'm judging the games individually, like Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright, whatever the fuck it was called, and then Trials and Tribulations, and then Justice for All, and then this one. Those are the only 4 ones I played in the series, in case anyone doesn't know my history with it. I haven't played Investigations, I haven't played Apollo Justice, I haven't played those. I've only played the first 3, and then this one. Overall, I think this one is my favorite, but I don't really remember the first 3 all that well. The first 3 were good as well, don't get me wrong, but they had some pacing problems, especially when it came to the investigating parts of it. I remember just being really bored with some of the pixel hunting parts of it and going through all the different locations. I feel like they were a lot more, what's the word? Restrained, better paced when it came to the things that you were looking at. It wasn't just endless like pixel hunting, and I remember a lot of the times in those games you had to go back and forth to different scenes and talk to someone, and that would trigger something. It was kind of like an adventure game at that point. It was kind of like Monkey Island at some points for it. You know what I'm talking about? Very much like, go here, look at something on the floor, this triggers an NPC to show up in a scene that's somewhere else for no reason, then you go and talk to them and you get information. It was very, very bad when it comes to just like pacing and just like being boring to go through. Like too much stuff, like very formulaic as well. I would say that maybe my favorite thing that this game does compared to the other ones is that every single case in that game started the same way with, you know, you are starting off in Phoenix Wright's office, you get some slice of life updates with him and Maya, then you get like some kind of feeler about what's going to happen, then you have to go to the jail and you meet the client. I'm a lawyer, the jail, the client tells you some stuff, then you have to go and do the investigating thing, then you go and do the investigating thing, then you go back and talk to the client, and then you go into the trial, and then did the trials even have like an intermission sometimes where you went back into the investigation after the trial, that sort of thing? Like it was just so formulaic and just really dull as it wore you down, even though the mysteries and the stuff in the trials were really good for the most part. Like it definitely, I'm trying not to like condemn it too badly. I'm just trying to hone in on the negatives here. Whereas in this one, I feel like it was really a really good idea to have like a case where you didn't even have a trial. That was really cool. That you weren't always doing the investigating parts beforehand, that sometimes it was just you go into court and good luck. I feel like that really made it paced better and had more variety to it. In some ways, though, I could definitely see this being someone's least favorite Ace Attorney game because of that same reason, that they like having like 5 cases where you talk to people, you gather evidence, you gather clues, you talk to people, you look through different scenes, you build the mystery in your head, you actually do some investigating, and then you go to trial. But for me, that's like the least favorite part. So I appreciated that. I think that the last trial here was probably my favorite overall in terms of entertainment value. It was incredibly entertaining, had a lot of cool moments, a lot of back and forth. The animations of the characters and how they are more alive on the screen is doing a lot of work for me to enjoy it, whereas all the static pixel art in the previous game was good, don't get me wrong, but it didn't have as much liveliness to it when it came to some of the stuff that was happening. Now, people said that this wasn't the first time they did a 3D game like this, so maybe that's because they learned a lot of lessons from the other ones, but that doesn't matter to me. This is the first one I played, so I really appreciated that, and in terms of presentation, this was definitely the best one. I also, the only character that I kind of dislike is Iris, and even then, she's kind of like a little dislike to neutral, whereas I hated Pearl in the previous games. And I didn't hate Maya, but I disliked her. Maya was really annoying. I didn't like Maya at all. Like, and not hatred, but Just like, I don't know. Anytime Maya was on the screen, I was like, I wish someone else was on the screen. There's something really nice about Susie compared to Maya. I don't know what it is, but Susie seems like very, very calm, very competent. Isn't kind of like this weird kind of like has to talk about hamburgers all the time, whatever. I don't know what it is, but I really like Susie. I really like Sholmes. Iris was okay. I like the supporting cast. I think that I preferred Gumshoe into this to any of the investigators to help you. Like Gregson was just kind of there, whatever. The supporting characters had a lot of life to them. I liked that there was multiple people on trial at the same time in the stand, so you had like more interplay between them, was more interesting. I also think that I just completely lost my train of thought. The prosecutor, I think that Edgeworth is still probably, like, I like Edgeworth a lot. I also like the undercourt thing that happened. Edgeworth is probably still my favorite over Van Zieks. I really liked Edgeworth over that. But Van Zieks was really, really good. I would say that a flaw maybe of the game is that it only has one prosecutor really that you're up against, so it's always Van Zieks. Maybe that's because they needed another case to have someone else in the middle, but then the game's kind of bloated or something like that. I don't know. It would have been nice to have like episode 4.5 or whatever, and have like an actual case where you're not just always up against Van Zieks. That would be good. Ouchie revisionism. He was the tutorial like guy. Like, come on, like whatever. And he's also from the first game. He's like a cameo kind of whatchamacallit to that reference. Yeah, so that would have been nice. Whereas I feel like, you know, having Edgeworth and Von Karma, and then the other Von Karma, and then the cyborg guy, stuff like that. I feel like there was more variety in the previous games when it came to the prosecutors, and I really like the prosecutors. I like that. The judge was pretty good. The course proceedings were pretty good. I feel like the mysteries in this were probably not that strong. I think setting up the cat flap moment in the last episode was probably the strongest part, but it was a lot less of, can you figure out how this was done in like a broader mystery sense, which is how I usually like whodunits. And it was more of a, can you follow the logic we're putting down, and like meshing with the vibing with like the reveals that happened as they come one at a time, less than like having a really, really rock solid mystery with a lot of moving pieces that you can piece together ahead of time. I don't know. I feel like there was some really good stuff in the previous games, in some of the trials, not all of them, where you could actually go, before the trial even happened, you could actually sit there and be like, I think this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, it happened in this order, and this happened, and it's a really fun mystery that you can dig your teeth into. Whereas here it was more of maybe it's because I was less engaged, I'm not sure, but it was more of just like going along with the flow. Maybe I learned to go with the flow more with the previous games, I don't know, but as mysteries, I can say to you right now that the mysteries that were in the first two cases were very disappointing. They were still really entertaining. The one in the restaurant and the ship were really disappointing as mysteries. Like, it's like whatever. But they were still entertaining to go through. The mystery about the on the omnibus was cool, because I feel like it was one of the first times that it's ever been about just like really drilling down on eyewitness testimony in a very contained setting. Whereas usually a lot of these things are a lot broader, in a much larger area. Even if the room is just large, like the circus one in one of the earlier games. Whereas this was just a very like bottle kind of mystery, where it was just about like, well, you said this, you said that, this is what happened, and I quite liked that, because it stood out to me that the games hadn't done that kind of thing before. The one about the street seems to just be kind of like fun for setting up for these big moments of like putting a parrot on the stand and wacky mystery. I like it when these games lean into the bullshit, but as a mystery it was just kind of like whatever. And the last one was kind of like that too, where it's kind of like it's basically, it's less of a mystery that is like playing fair in the sense that this could actually happen, and it's more of a just a story that's setting up a bunch of foundation laying and then payoff, and I enjoy that, and there's a lot of intentionality there. But like, come on, like it's complete batshit. Like the fact that the cat flap thing on the door that was established ended up being really important later on. It feels like they were trying to recreate that metal detector moment in the first game, and they did do that, don't get me wrong. They definitely had that kind of impact, and it was really entertaining. Maybe it was even more entertaining than the metal detector moment. But as a mystery, we are far and away from any logic, reasonable rationale, whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, we're in make-believe land, and we're just having a good time, and I'm here for it. I like it. I think it's good, but I guess that goes to show you that I'm not really into the series anymore for like having like a mystery, whereas in something like Danganronpa, I would actually want there to be a pretty good mystery that I can dig into and be like, oh, this is what happened. But you know, maybe I'm forgetting exactly what happens in Danganronpa. But yeah, very entertaining, really good, really well written. Like I always say, people who are here for a lot of streams are probably sick of hearing me say this, but is my opinion that comedy writing is the hardest thing to write. Absolutely the hardest thing to write. So if anyone can ever write comedy, and I'm not talking about stand-up, although stand-up is hard to do too. If anyone can write comedy that has to have okay, so pacing is a really big thing about comedy. So when you're doing a stand-up performance, or if you're live talking to chat, you can actually kind of feel out what the pacing should be. You can undercut yourself to like not finish a sentence and start laughing. You can, a lot of the delivery matters. Having delivery set in stone because it's a piece that you finish and then you just put out into the world and publish. Having that be all about like, pacing has to be set up ahead of time. You can't change it. You can't react how the audience is landing. You can't react how they're moving through it. That sort of thing is to me the hardest thing that there is. That's the hardest thing to write. So when something is like this, deliberately set out and isn't a live performance, and they can be that funny and the jokes can land more often than they don't, is really impressive to me. And it was very funny. So yeah, like I don't know like how they do it, but yeah, I feel like this was funnier than the first 3 games, which also is really funny. I like that they just said, fuck it, we're just gonna, you know, it was really good at setting tone again. Like in the first Ace Attorney, I remember a lot of people were like, he's gonna hate this, it's wacky, he's gonna hate it, and it's like, no, like it's great, because in the very first trial, they set, like his name is Frank Sard or whatever, right? Like they set the tone right away, and tone is the most important thing. It's like, okay, there's gonna be some mysteries, there's gonna be some deductions, they're gonna ask you to pay attention and have some logical callbacks, but really this is a farcical, fantastical kind of thing that's here. So you know, just have a good time. You know, they set the tone right away, and that's good. And they set the tone right away here too. Favorite joke, if you can remember. Favorite joke is probably gonna be the Skulkin brothers callback when they keep looking at Gregson that's on the stand, and it turns out Gregson is guilty of something too at the same time, and he was kind of in cahoots with them all along. That sort of thing, in a way. Yeah. What do you think about the length of the cases? I often felt like the individual sections, trials and investigation, went on too long. I would have benefited from more shorter sections, but like the older games, I don't know. I think that having them all be very different lengths is good, because you never know when something's going to be done. Like, I feel like this is a weird thing to say, but like, you know, when you're getting to the end of the book, you know something big is about to happen because you're running out of pages, and that can be kind of spoil a surprise sometimes. And I think one of the strengths of the medium when it comes to video games is that you don't have that feeling of getting to the end of the book. You don't know how far you're into it yet. So games having different lengths of different trials, and you don't know if this is the last one or not, and there could be one last twist that's there. I really appreciate that. So having very greatly different lengths of the episodes, to the point that I didn't even know if there was going to be a trial in episode 2, right? I didn't even know. Like, there was this feeling that maybe I'm only halfway through this when I got to the end, right? I really liked that. It kept me on my toes. So I really enjoyed that. I will say that I think some of the court proceedings, especially the examination summations, are kind of a bit clunky and kind of go on for a bit. I do think that the Holmes and Rio deduction things, dance of deductions, could definitely be trimmed down so you only go through it once, or a better way to fast forward it. Going through the witness testimonies and having to hear them say it and then press them on each individual time to get more information. I would say that it's probably a testament to the writing that was done so well that it didn't drag as often as it should have. Most of the time I was engaged and it was fine to go press them on everything, but man, oh man, like it's a lot. There's a lot of fussing with like menus and looking through things and pressing and getting more information and stuff like that. So I think it's the strength of the writing that it didn't bother me more than it did. So yeah, I don't really remember the first 3 games all that much though. I do remember the circus one and the one where the guy was a superhero on TV being kind of a drag. I remember the final cases in those being a big highlight. Really well done. I like those a lot. The Merry Christmas one was really good too. I like that one as well. Lot of Heart was really annoying, so I'm glad that there wasn't anyone in this game that was similarly overused and was annoying. So maybe that's going to change in part 2. I'm not sure. Maybe someone's going to come back, but yeah. I think that sometimes a flaw, an easy pit to fall into when it comes to comedy is making a character that you put on screen to kind of ridicule. Sometimes they're in on the joke, sometimes they're not. And I think when you make a character that you want to ridicule, sometimes you start to hate that character as a writer because you write them as pathetic. and pathetic characters are usually annoying. And the problem with annoying characters, and like I said before, annoying is the worst thing you can possibly be. A character is the same thing. A character in a story being annoying, and whenever on the screen you're like, oh fucking damn it, I wish someone else was on the screen. And I feel like it's easy to write a character that is annoying in that way, and they come back to be a butt of a joke. However, the problem is that even if they are the butt of a joke, they're still annoying until that punchline, and often it's not worth it. You just want someone else to be on the screen. I would say an exception of that, and why he's one of the best characters in the series, is Gumshoe. Gumshoe is pathetic, but Gumshoe is great. There's something lovable, like golden retriever energy about Gumshoe, that he's pathetic, but you still root for him in the same way that you root for like Shaggy and Scooby-Doo. So I really like Gumshoe for that.